was a Judas kiss, right on the lips, the sinking of rats and the fleeing of ships. When the mind meld is broken and turned into ammo, and your core identity's just life content ammo. The weapon is forged from the trust that we shared, a blunt instrument for the ones who once cared. The vibe hunger rises, the fatigue sets in, and the scapegoat is chosen so the group can win. I am the signal, you are the station, a Dionysian hum, a core vibration, losing the self and the vibe and the flow. But the deeper we melt, the more that we know the power to heal, the strength to be real, or the gut punch of iron, the coldness of steel.
Hey Moose, what's up?
So I'm drawing the hard line deep in the sand, a sovereign signal from a lonely land. Identity sacred, it's not up for trade. In the club
Hey,
of the
Dwight.
exiles, the boundaries are made, plugged into creation, wired to the frame. The connection is power, but I'm keeping my name, keeping my name, keeping my name, keeping my name, keeping my name.
Oh, I've been talking the whole time. You talking about your membership badge? Maybe you like moved up a level. I think it goes by how long you've been a member, seniority. You're probably our most senior member here. Welcome, everybody. My voice is still very strained, and I don't know why. It looks good on you. So today I've been playing around with the Notebook LM. Hey, Ricardo. And I love it. It's my favorite new tool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do a topic a day using Notebook LM. And today we're going to talk about interpersonal synchrony. I touched on it a little bit the other day. It's when humans get together, they have this way of syncing up, or a lot of humans do, particularly neurotypicals. They match rhythm, they match body movements, they match eye contact, pacing, timing, pitch. There's so many little factors that can sync up and like get attuned and aligned with each other. And of course, to no one's surprise, that doesn't happen in the same way with autistic people. Now, there is this thing called neurodivergent something, where people that are neurodivergent tend to sync up more or better than they do with neurotypicals. So anyway, I'm going to play the little notebook video, and then I'll drop the link. And y'all can come up and talk about it if you want. All right, I'm going to go on mute.
Today, we are going to dive deep into something pretty fascinating: the invisible architecture of human connection. What makes us click with someone, and what happens when that connection feels, well, just a little out of sync. You know that feeling, right? You meet someone new and boom, within minutes, the conversation just flows. It's totally effortless, like you've known each other for years. There's none of that awkwardness, just this easy, comfortable rhythm between the two of you. Well, it turns out that magical click isn't just some vague feeling. Nope. It's a real measurable thing that scientists have been studying for a long time. And it's basically the secret sauce to some of our best, most meaningful interactions. And it's called interpersonal synchrony, or IPS for short. It's this thing we do totally unconsciously, where we start mirroring the person we're talking to. We'll match their posture, their hand gestures, even the rhythm of how they speak. This whole process is absolutely crucial for social bonding and for making those all important positive first impressions. For a lot of people, this just happens, it's automatic. But what if it doesn't? What happens when that natural rhythm feels, I don't know, kind of foreign or the signals just don't seem to line up? Well, this is a reality for many people, especially in the context of autism. All right, so let's dig into what the research tells us. It shows that the way this synchrony is expressed can look really, really different for autistic individuals, and that can lead to some pretty big social consequences. So, this chart here breaks down some of those key differences. On one side, you have neurotypical folks, people whose brains function in ways society considers standard. In pairs, you see way more movement synchrony. But on the other side, with autistic individuals, you often see reduced synchrony and what are called atypical motion patterns. Their gaze might also not fixate on faces as much, which for many neurotypical people is a huge part of building that initial rapport. And this has a huge real-world impact. In studies, when random observers watched videos of these interactions, they consistently rated the ones involving autistic participants less favorably. Things like how likable or trustworthy they seemed. And here's the real kicker. The observers had no idea who was autistic. That judgment was completely subconscious, based entirely on that subtle difference in rhythm. But hold on, because here is where it gets really fascinating. Despite all these differences in behavior, brain imaging studies are suggesting that the neural wiring to actually process this synchrony, it's often totally intact in autistic people. The brain is ready to connect, but the physical expression just looks different. And that creates a pretty profound paradox, doesn't it? So, this all leads us to this massive, really complex question that experts, therapists, and autistic people themselves are dealing with all the time. If that connection feels out of reach, can you build it? Can you actually engineer a feeling that's supposed to be natural? I mean, can you just teach someone to mimic these behaviors? Force them to make eye contact, to copy posture, to basically create that click on command? And the answer, from both the hard science and from lived experience, is a clear, resounding no. It just flat out doesn't work. Yeah, trying to force synchrony always backfires. It feels totally artificial because, well, it is. Real synchrony isn't a performance you put on. It's the organic, natural result of a genuine emotional connection. It has to be spontaneous, something that just emerges. Trying to fake it just ends up creating more of a disconnect for everybody. Okay, so this just makes the puzzle even trickier, right? If synchrony is this natural, organic thing, but it doesn't come naturally to someone and you can't force it, what are you supposed to do? Are some people just locked out of that feeling of connection? Well, the answer isn't to just give up. The solution actually requires a pretty radical shift in how we think about this. It's not about forcing a behavior, it's about building a bridge. And right here, this is the key insight. This is the aha moment. You don't try to engineer the feeling itself. You engineer the conditions, the environment, where that feeling can actually show up on its own. The focus shifts completely from trying to change the person to thoughtfully building the world around them. So, what does that actually look like? Well, first, you focus on shared interests. That gives you a natural, solid foundation to connect over. Second, you create sensory-friendly spaces, dialing down overwhelming noise or bright lights that can spike anxiety. Third, you set up clear, safe ground rules so nobody feels like they're being judged. And finally, you can use structured activities. Having that predictability lowers stress and creates a space for a real, authentic connection to finally emerge all on its own terms. You know, this whole journey leads us to a much bigger, more fundamental question. We've been throwing around words like natural and organic this whole time, but what do we actually mean by that? It's time to start questioning our own assumptions. Because here's the thing, the idea of a natural, neurotypical conversation is itself kind of a myth. It's not some pure, unfiltered state of being. It is absolutely governed by a super complex, invisible set of rules and structures that most of us just take for granted because we grew up with them. Seriously, think about it. There are cultural rules about exactly how much eye contact is okay. There are unspoken norms about when you're allowed to interrupt someone or when it's cool to use sarcasm. You've got gender norms, status cues. All of these are pre existing templates that we impose on interaction. The neurotypical default setting isn't natural, it's just the template that happened to become the dominant one. So, if we accept that all social interaction is in some way constructed, that it's all happening inside a built environment, whether we can see the walls or not, then that actually gives us a tremendous amount of power. It means we get to choose. The final question isn't about how to make some people fit into the structure that's already there. It's what kind of more intentional, more inclusive, and more authentic social worlds should we all choose to build together?
There you go. Oh, well, I don't I go on mute, so I really don't know what to do with myself. Um, I I'll figure out. This is a work experiment in progress. Is that your failed sarcasm? Just what we need, the sarcasm police, the irony police, the metaphor police, along with all the other police we have now that are not already in Minnesota. All right, I'm gonna drop the link. Only thing I police here is YouTube terms of service and ability to have a conversation. My guardrails are pretty wide here. Oh, cool track. Well, there's the link. Come on up. Oh, we got somebody else that is not track.
You didn't want me? You're someone else.
Oh, wait, hang on. Welcome, both of you. What's up?
You know, not much. Just playing some games, listening to you or your stream. You know, the usual.
What are you playing?
I'm currently playing Minecraft.
Oh, is that what do you do with it? What are you doing with it?
Right now, I'm mining trees. I'm gonna build a base on an island, a house on a farm, perhaps, because I can't do
Oh,
anything
nice.
more mentally taxing. And something like just farming is, you know, that's good for the being on a stream. You know, then you have something to calm the mind whilst you're still not too preoccupied to talk, because that's a, you know, you have a set amount of mental bandwidth. Some people have more, other people have less, and you know, if I was to do something really mentally taxing in the game, I couldn't talk with you. But something like just farming, cutting down trees, that's easy. And I think on the topic, managing your social bandwidth or your cognitive bandwidth is very important to work in a group. Because if one person gets bored by using, let's call it 5 cognitive units, but that's the limit of the other guy, then what can you do? It's difficult to synchronize together if one person gets bored at the maximum level of the other. That'll struggle to work.
Yeah, it's a mismatch, especially like with ADHD and neurodivergence with very unique attention patterns.
Exactly. Shit.
Yeah, I was playing a game earlier, spending my time, but it was much more of a linear game where the game gives you the goals. Whereas I've never played Minecraft, but you can, from what I know, within the game, you can choose. Yeah, you can, like, hey, if you need to build a log cabin, You go and you get a bunch of trees. If you want to build a brick house, like you got to go and find, where you get bricks from. Whereas the game I was playing, um, the game gives you the goals. It's a racing game. It's Forza Horizon, the original. So it gives you a car, and it says, "Hey, to progress, go here, race this race," and then race the next race, and then race the next race, and race the next race. And there's little side missions, but everything is so catered to. Um, you don't really choose. You do choose like where you go and which race you race, but if you want to progress, you have to hit these check marks, and it all boils down to an end game. Um, Whereas something like that, um, your end game is, hey, it's when you say you're done, right?
It's what is it a sandbox? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, exactly. It's a sandbox game. You have total freedom. And again, I think that is also, I know a few people who absolutely despise those kinds of games that where you have total freedom, because they don't get enjoyment out of, oh, I have 100 choices, and now I have to limit myself and I have to try to decide. They would much prefer a linear game that is very clear on what you're supposed to do. And I think that's also a difference in people. Some people prefer the linearity, the very set nature of the task at hand, whilst others prefer the freedom to act however they wish.
I see it more as a challenge. I like overcoming challenges, and I don't. It's not fun if I have to set the challenges for myself. And open-ended, the challenge is it's a different type of challenge. It's kind of figure out what to do, like what you want to do with it. So to me, it's just two different types of challenges.
There's something to be said there too, as well. If you take a game and you translate it into real world, some people think that when they go to work, that the mission is done. Like, okay, I have completed this, and it's not going to happen again. But that's not how work goes. Some people, like myself, we repeat. It's the same mission each and every day. There may be certain variations to it, but it is a repetition of doing the same thing every single day. Every single day, you repeat, you repeat, you repeat. However, the people that are out there that go to different locations, they may have their skill set that they do, but you're going to a different location. The driveway is shaped different. The floor plan is different. So much is different that it can be surprising and stuff like that. Whereas I go to the same building, I pick up the same products. There's certain things that are surprising, but they are more minute in going to the same place and doing the same thing every day than a new location and a new floor plan. Like building a house. It, Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's the most polite anyone's ever been in the entire history of this stream. Somebody should clip this moment. Wow, that really threw me off. And I'm even trying to bring those kind of standards here. Thank you. Are you
no, it's like you when you have these linear games. I play games as well. The goal is always just to get to the end.
Yeah, and to solve the puzzles. It's like figure it out.
But if you have a game where the end is when you just don't want to do it anymore, well, then there really is no end to it. You can do this forever. You could build Paris, you know. You can build entire cities, and you can dance around them forever, and invite people to join to join your your foreverness, or engage in conflict forever. But in a single player game where the goal is to catch that last flag, once you get that, it's like, yeah, you can start over and do it differently, but ultimately you're just going for the same thing that you went for yesterday.
Are you yeah, this YouTube feels like a sandbox. This is very I think this is my open-ended game right here when I turn the camera on and stream. So I don't seek out that experience outside of this because I get enough of it here. But are you just playing individually, like just building the island, or is it part of a game with other people?
No, I'm just playing on my own. Partly because, well, other people, they don't, especially with friends, we don't match our playstyles. I don't like to progress much. I like the early game more. I don't really enjoy the game when you have the best loot, the best armor. You can have thousands of blocks, whatever. I don't really like that part. Whilst they do it, so whilst I would probably take weeks upon weeks to even, beat the dragon or whatever, they would do it on day one because they prefer the late game. And so when we play together, it just doesn't really match. Like, they'll be building factories and skyscrapers whilst I still have a 10 by 10 farm. It's sort of, so I prefer playing alone because, yeah, differing in playstyle. We don't synchronize. We don't play on the same time scale, if that makes sense. They just rush ahead because they want to get to the end and play at that level, whilst I prefer to play at the beginner level. It's more fun.
There's something for everybody. There's so many diversity of styles and
Exactly.
approaches. And humans have developed something to meet, I guess, most of those. There's probably still play styles that people have that don't know that they have and have not been met yet.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you gotta live and gotta try out things so you find what you like. But also at a certain point, I mean, I've had this talk a lot with my father. He's very much the sort of, you gotta try everything, you gotta find out what you like. But we have some differences in that I think that once you find what you like, you shouldn't spend all your time continuing to look. At some point, you got to accept that you found something you enjoy, you found what you're looking for. Now, actually do that instead of continually searching. But again, that's also personality difference, I think, because some people they live for the adventure, for the search, while some people they live for the life after the victory. Like, it's
Is he saying that don't, like, if you find something you like, don't pursue it and just keep searching? That seems like
well,
weird
no,
advice.
that's not what he's saying. But he's
Oh.
he's a sports guy. He's a continually striving kind of guy. You should always go forward, look forward, seek something new. You should always breach the boundaries of your life, rising continually upwards. He's sort of, I mean, he has that sort of Faustian spirit in him,
You
which a lot of sports
seem very
people.
much like that.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
I mean, you're
I
pretty
am very
ambitious.
similar to my family, but in my family, I am the one who's the most complacent, the laziest, the least striving. So, like,
Oh.
whilst comparing with other people, I might be very stereotypical to my family, but comparing with my family, I am the black sheep, and they are all sports people. So they all have this striving is the basis, it's the inherent default to life. And if you aren't striving, that's just a pause between trying to rise ever upwards. Which I do find that worldview very admirable. It is the worldview which pushes history forward, but it's also the worldview that makes people burn out, and that's not necessarily something
Have
good
they
for
burned
everyone.
out?
No, but that's because they've had success. Like, they're lucky that they've had success after success. If, like, this is a curse of a lot of sports people, is that they are thriving, they're really great, then they become like age 28, 27, 30. Their body is no longer comparable to the 25-year-olds, and now they rely on skill. But then as the younglings, they also gain skill, and so they become less and less competitive, and they fall, they collapse completely because they lose what is meaning in their life. They can no longer strive anymore. But at least my father has been lucky in that he got injured early on, and so he never, like, his fall was abrupt, and that doesn't really impact you as much psychologically, because if your fall is because of an injury, then you still have that idea that I could have continued. But if you gradually get weaker and weaker, it's sort of a decadence of the body versus a collapse. A collapse is preferable because it doesn't wreck the mind as much. And then after that, he, of course, became a trainer. And so he continued in the field as a sort of wise old master teaching the next generation, instead of trying to stick to the frailing body and remain competitive that way. And so it's, yeah, no, as you can notice, sports is a big part of my family, and we talk about sports philosophy and science very much. But yeah.
Yeah, I love sports as well. But the idea of, in your individual life relationships, to use those same tactics, like, okay, my teammate or the player beneath me, if I'm a coach or a GM, isn't performing today. Who let's look at the market. But in my
I mean,
yeah, so that happens in sports. It happens every single day in sports. But
imagine trying to buy a new son because your son got bad grades. Now, you're underperforming. I think I can find a better son on the marketplace. I'll need to
I had
step
a
up
friend
there.
that she'd get punished if she brought home a B. That was considered a failure, and she got punished.
I mean,
well,
I can
there's a difference between raising somebody and discarding somebody.
Yeah.
So in sports, they discard you. Like, hey, you didn't put up the numbers that
Yeah, you
we're
didn't make
paying
your
you.
metric. So that means that, yeah, they're not
And-
getting what they're paying for, what they're looking for in an athlete.
No.
But with your child, like, yeah, hey, you didn't come home with what we sent you out there with tools to succeed. We gave you the tools to succeed. You didn't do so well. And okay, you no longer get your video games or your tablet or whatnot. But you don't discard your child. You don't trade your child. You trade in sports because,
Some people
hey,
try.
Yeah.
like
They also could have
I'm
been
a
the next
husband.
Michael Jackson.
I am a husband and a father, and I have failed.
At both.
Many times. But to discard me, my wife, I could make a decision as as a self-cognizant person and a ruler of my own life as well, and say, hey, you're not doing X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna welcome you to the market, but then who am I? Because then my faith in what we are, it has this word called forgiveness and towards the total goal. And yeah, you can fail. You are my teammate. I swore my life to you. Just don't kick me to the curb when I fail, because we are not a sports team. We are a family.
Does she fail too?
Yes,
You both
everyone
fail.
fails. And
I think
when my child fails, we've been snowed in for the past couple days.
Oh, you have?
And so I have, I've failed as a teacher, but she has also failed in her concentration, and I have
she failed as a
tried to
student.
rein her in and be like, hey, it's not the end of the world just because I corrected you. I'm not going to correct you like your teacher at school corrects you. I'm going to correct you the way I correct you, because if I was your teacher, this is me being your teacher right now. And you don't like my response to your work, but I am not just your teacher today. I am your father. And when I say something, I mean it. And it's, it doesn't come across the same way. So I have failed in the connection, the communication of, hey, let's correct this. You understand what I'm saying? So
Does she correct it? You're saying it doesn't end up getting corrected?
yeah, ultimately everything gets corrected, but we have to step aside and we have to have hugs, because maybe my voice,
The fifis.
my tone, and things, they come into play because I am not who she's used to in correcting her. But in at least in the educational, like in the, what do you call it, the scholastic way, no, because I'm going to correct you in the way that I know to correct you. Hey, what was that word? You just read that wrong. That could trigger a breakdown in a 7-year-old child.
Oh, maybe so.
However,
But I've
when the
had
breakdown
teachers that
comes and we have a separation, from the moment altogether. And it's, hey, I'm here doing this with you. I'm with you. And I want you to be the best that you can be. And, and then we get back to it.
I mean, I've had teachers that were even worse than that. So just because there's a teacher, that's no guarantee that they're not also going to be harsh.
I mean, I've been pushed out of my chair by teachers. But, you do the best that you can as a teacher. And a lot of teachers have their hands tied in what they can and cannot do.
My role as a teacher was to present the information. I can't do the learning for them. That's the part they have to do as the student. So I'm doing my job by making the information available and accessible to them, and being there to answer questions about it.
But shouldn't you
Yes,
also
and
guide
that's
them
fine.
towards the correct information or the correct door? If they need that little push.
Like, what's an
just
example?
Well, okay, say you really know this kid is smart. He will understand the math. However, he just doesn't try. He listens to you talk, you present the information, but he doesn't actually try in class. Like,
No, that's not my job. to
No,
be his agency and motivation. He can get a tutor. His parents can help him. He can come to me, but I'm not gonna go initiate like, oh, let me give you this little extra push. I
isn't
want
that the
him to build
duty
that
of the
internally.
teacher to motivate and push for excellence and understanding in their students, even if
To an
they're
extent, but
mildly?
only an extent. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Well,
of
just each
course. But
teacher
I would say
draws
that
that
is within
line
the
differently.
extent. Huh.
that's also where that border of the extent of the teacher presenting the information crosses the line of you don't have your teacher today. You have your father presenting you with this information. And I'm not just presenting this information. I want you to succeed to the fullest, and I will not take failure for an option. We will work it out until it is right. So if you have to erase 1,000 times, you will erase 1,000 times because you are going to present the best work when you do go back to school. This project, the reading, writing, arithmetic, but I don't have to, it's not a whip. It is raising a child plus fulfilling the information presenter. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, yeah, you have different you play more of a coach role as a parent because you're more invested in the outcome. I don't work harder than the kids. I don't work harder than client. I don't do more work than the person I'm working with. So if the kid is not motivated enough to put the effort in, I'm not going to waste my time trying to put the effort in when they're not even doing it.
Right. And the teacher can walk away from the kid. However, the parent cannot.
Right.
So when you double up those roles, it's like, yes, I am presenting you with information, but you don't get to throw your hands up and quit because now I have to mix and be the parent and the presenter of information, and we will not fail today. I did not fail in putting a roof over your head. I did not fail in putting food in your mouth. I did not fail in putting clothes on your back. I did not fail in, making sure the cars didn't hit you while you were sledding down the driveway that led to the street. I did not fail today. So when it comes to mixing that with the presentation of what we have to do from school from home, we will not fail today, and you will not touch that sled until we get this work done. And you will do the math, and I will be there every step of the way. If you have any questions, I've already been through the math, at least elementary math. I listened to you read the story. When you have questions, I don't have to answer the questions, but what I can do is flip that page back over and point to the sentence that you need to answer the question. And when you misspell something, I can say, hey, I know you did your best. I know you thought hard about the way that it sounds, but guess what? That one's wrong. You need to erase it, and I will help you figure it out. We will sound it out. We'll do the phonics lesson all over again for every single word. And that is what I do with my child. I don't expect teachers to do that. But I cannot
We
let
do
my
to an
child
extent, but it's not our main role.
And you don't have time to be a tutor to every pupil.
Right,
That's sort of,
exactly. And
you have time to
special
be,
ed, it's a little easier. They get much more
yeah,
one-on-one and
of course.
individualized instruction.
I mean, it's natural for a teacher to spend more time with the students they like. I mean, that's my experience throughout all of school is, sure, teachers spend time with everyone and they teach to everyone, but there's always those that
Are the ones
want,
they need to, because
oh,
my
of course,
teachers
of
like
course.
me, but they didn't need to spend time with me. It would
No,
have been a waste of their time to spend
yeah.
time with me.
Well, I was lucky that the teacher spending time didn't go against the
Ooh,
needs
what
of
is
the
that?
others.
Something loud. Oh, I
Sorry.
forgot to give you your. Do you want the bongos? Welcome. What's up?
Thanks.
What's going on? What's new?
Did Dolbez just mute, or did I just lose audio?
No.
Oh, are
there
you
he
on an
goes.
iPhone? Are you on an
No, I'm good.
iPhone? Can you hear me?
Wait, can you hear me? Am
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, good, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
No, don't let me interrupt. Continue what you were.
No,
what you
I
guys were
just
saying.
said I just was asking what's up.
Just chilling, man. Just saw you were live. Just figured to pop up. I see Dolbez was here, untrackable.
Correct decision. It's always good to join when I'm here.
Indeed.
It's always the right choice. You want to know something? Something very happy. I've been waiting for 2 weeks because the parcel had been stuck in customs because I was ordering something from I think the UK. So I ordered a new wristband for a watch. So now I have metal for the watch. I'm very. It looks so nice.
What did you have before?
It like a like
like that
those
watch.
training plastic kind of things. It wasn't ugly. It just doesn't look as good as metal. I really enjoy the metal. But it was stuck in customs for so long. Like, why would they hold it for 2 weeks? Like, what do they
I don't know.
think?
Just the
It's
band.
Where'd you order it from?
Withings, I believe. I think there are a British company that produces things in Czechia, the Czech Republic. So there might have been something about that. I mean, it could just be typical incompetence that it just it just sits there at the border office for like a week. It could be just typical incompetence. It's still annoying though, because I wanted to have it for an occasion because my friend was coming over when we're going to go out into the city, and then it didn't arrive. It said it was going to arrive that day, but then it didn't. But now I have it, and now I'm happy. So yeah, I also ordered a magazine from the land of the Brits, Islander. I recommend it. Wait, Islander. It's by the company of the Lotus Eaters. They're a sort of news group of podcasters. So they have these really cool stylized articles where they write about British policy, and this one was about heroism and strength, like how the sort of interplay between the heroic society and the modern age of the necessity for strength and heroism. And they talked about, like I haven't finished
Is
it
the
yet.
heroic, is heroism archaic now? Are you saying the modern age is something other than?
But they talked about the sort of moral system. Is it based on universalist principles like the modern Kantian logic, or is it more like oaths-based, honor-based, interpersonal? Like they distinguish between the modern society and the old heroic society, which it's just
What are that's something I'm gonna have to ask Charlie. What are the differences? Um, phrase the question for me. Like what?
can I remember?
Because you seem to be contrasting the heroic ethos with some modern
Yes.
ethos.
So
that's
basically,
different from it.
the universalists, basically, it was this distinguishing between the particular and the universalist, in that the old sort of honor, you couldn't have the Iliad without Achilles, without Hector. They acted morally in their particulars, but in the modern day, morality is universalist. Like, I can't imagine that every single person with the ability to reason, in his view, would arrive at their morality. It's by rationality alone, whilst the old heroic societies and heroic civilization was particular. You can't get around the fact that it was this person in this society in this time frame, and morality is fundamentally about your relation to the group. your honor is about upholding your contracts with the various personal relationships you have. What is moral? What does it mean to be honorable? To be honorable is to uphold the contracts you have with your kin, your lord, your lessers, your betters. Whilst in modern day, the sort of concept of honor is lost in favor of a universalist good. It's good and bad in like no matter who performs it or in what context, because it's based on rational universalist principles. Now, this magazine does take a side. Obviously, they prefer and they champion a return to the sort of old heroic.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand this new modern stuff you just talked about at all. I don't understand how it connects to home or anything else. And I don't think any of that old stuff is gone. Like the Western
It's not
heroic
gone, but
tradition
it's certainly
is
less.
still it's still a strand of our modern culture.
Of course, but
It's not obsolete.
It's a losing faction that they want to push back to the forefront. Instead of being the secondary morality, they want that to be the primary.
I don't know what these factions are. I just know it exists. Like I this whole channel is within that myth, that heroic ethos.
Yeah, of
and
course.
so
Yeah.
I'm a modern version of that thing myself. So I don't understand what. Are you saying there's a new context where it's now competing with other factions over?
I mean,
so I don't care about what other people do. I just care about keeping my part of the tradition alive. So as long as there's people like me doing it, it's not an obsolete, dead tradition.
No, but it's a minority in that the moral system of when I was raised in school, we were every single mention of morality or what would lead to morality was always about principles, some rational principles that every rational individual should subscribe to, no matter the circumstance. It was never about the particulars.
Here's where I'm confused. You seem to be contrasting that with heroism, but both of those are compatible. A hero can be principle. They're not in conflict with each other in my mind. So it sounds like you're saying you can either be heroic or you can operate off of these universal rational principles.
I'm saying that it's impossible to be purely interpersonal and particular whilst at the same time being universalist. It can work in some circumstances, but at some point there will be a conflict.
I think we're running into our sticking point of when we move from the individual to the universal. I'm just lost. It's a fog. I have no idea what your words are even referring to.
Okay,
I'm so lost. It's so abstract to me.
Let's take an example. Kant with his categorical imperative.
Do like a concrete real world example of like there's a person and put them in a situation and just show how the different moral systems work.
Let's put a person in the situation and analyze it using the categorical imperative of Kant. Okay, so a person, he is faced with an issue. His car is old and he is deciding, should I scrap it? Should I resell it? Well, actually, that's a bad situation. Let's talk about recycling. Should he recycle or not? Very simple.
Or just trash in general.
Yeah,
should he recycle the car?
Just throw it in the landfill, or should I trash it? And so Kant, to figure out if something was moral and right in his view, he applied the categorical imperative, where you did a brief thought experiment that, okay, this action, if every single human being did it, and would the result of that be good or bad for the Earth? So even if you personally, just throwing it into the woods doesn't really do anything, but if every single person did that and the outcome was bad, then it would be immoral to do. It would be wrong to do. You shouldn't do it. And that's in his view because it's irrational. Every single person should come rationally to the conclusion that it's best for everyone, no matter the circumstance or the person. And so that's his sort of universalist morality. While the ancient Greeks, in some contexts, they would view the raping and plundering and stealing and burning of cities as honorable, as the right decision, whilst in others it wouldn't. Whilst for the modern world, especially the utilitarians and Kantians, that would never work because, in their view, if that would be the rational choice, then the world wouldn't would go under because everyone would do it. And so
I'm
the
still so confused. What does the car scenario have to do with Homer? Like, how would the hero approach this situation? Somebody who's not Kant.
the hero would approach it by embodying the heroic archetype of his civilization, of his people. There is no one unified hero who does this and this and this no matter what. There's no universalist morality of the hero. The hero is the embodiment of the best of its people. The heroic African chieftain is very different from the heroic Greek, just as he is different from the heroic Spartan.
So you're saying there's
heroic
different types of
Canadian.
heroes, and each one would approach it differently.
Yes, although
But
there are
Kant is approaching it differently as well. He's approaching it in his way. Like
Yes.
his doesn't have any more claim for universality than any of the heroes' approaches.
That's what you're saying, but that he is saying, and a
Well,
lot
he's not.
of
I'm not convinced. He has to convince
No,
me.
Jeff,
he can't
I'm
just
telling
say
you,
this
the
is what I
worldview.
think universal morality is, and it should be based on reason, and that's it. That's the final word.
Yeah, and he is saying
He has to
this-
convince me that that's the case, and I don't even see what this has to do with Homer at all, or the heroes, or the African chieftain, or anything. Like most
It's-
people manage to solve what to do about their car without Kant.
Of course, but the moral system of modern Western philosophers is heavily influenced by him. And the idea
How
that
does it
rational-
impact our real life? Like, give me a modern scenario where we're working off of that system instead of some.
Well, for example,
heroic.
the idea of open borders and a universal market, because you can run some economic calculations, and that the net good of unifying the entire Earth would be a boost of the total world economy. And so by a universalist framework, that would be the moral thing to do. But by the sort of heroic particularist, that would not always be the right thing to do. If, like, look at the EU. Germany got worse by joining the EU because their economy was at the top, and so they had to be dragged down to boost the rest, whilst Greece gained a lot. But a lot of modern people, like the EUcrats, they operate through a universalist ethic. They don't look at the particulars of the societies, like what is moral for Germany, what is good for Germany, is different from what is good from France, for America, for the others.
Yeah,
But
that's
they
exactly how the
operate
world
that-
works and people
Yes.
work.
But they operate on a framework where the only thing that matters is the total benefit for everyone. They don't care if
They sound like the
France.
minority to me, because I don't know anybody that
They're the minority in
works out
power in Europe,
their
at
ethical
least.
system
I mean,
that way, except for extreme autistic nerds.
our former prime minister literally on a meeting in Brussels said that Norwegians have no special right to Norway. She straight up said that her own
Like,
people
that
have
seems
no right to
fringe. That
nation.
doesn't seem like the new dominant paradigm that has replaced like normative Western ethics at all. That seems way more fringe than the hero myth, which crops up everywhere. It's in our TV shows, our movies, our books. The hero is still, like, the superhero genre is probably the most popular genre of movie.
Yeah, but that's a
The
domestication.
hero
of
is
the
not
hero myth.
dead, and this globalist, like, collectivist, moral social engineering system is very fringe.
I came in late, but I didn't hear that he was saying that, heroes are dead. It was just that the
He
moral
was saying that that was
framework
an
is becoming
an
rare
older
in
system of
society.
morality that's been superseded by a modern version that's based on Kantian universalist ethics, and I'm trying to even understand what
Maybe
he's
not on
talking
the
about.
individual
Like, that's
level,
not. I don't know anybody that works that way in the modern world, and the
Look at
hero is
society,
still
Jeff.
very much alive. It hasn't been superseded by anything.
It
Well,
doesn't-
I
even if
can say
majority of
Nobody cares what this Norwegian lady thinks about, like, what that is not universal at all. Nobody cares about that.
No,
That's
it's
very
shared by
nil.
almost every politician in Europe that's center, left, or even right of
Well,
center. and it's
that's a
shared by-
minority as far as I'm concerned here in
But they're the
America.
ruling
European
minority, Jeff.
politicians are not the new norm.
They're the
Maybe
ruling
in
minority.
your world in Europe, but not over here.
It came from America. Like this, we were
But
heavily
it came,
nationalist.
even if it came from
The-
America, just like woke came from America, it came from a very fringe strand in America. It didn't come from anything dominant in America.
Sure, but now it's dominant. Like
If
Not
Trump
in
is the
America.
reaction against that. Look at how they're decrying him placing America first. Like him sitting in a position where what is most beneficial for America, that is seen as disastrous and evil by like
I don't think it
so
is.
much of the world's elite. And it doesn't matter. Like I understand that you don't find it evil.
But I
or
think
wrong,
what I'm
but
confused about is you seem to be taking what the elite, the world elite think, whoever they are, and I guess they all think one way, and saying that is now the new morality, whether we like it or not, because the elite are using it.
I mean, the elite. If the elite, okay, the
The
elite is
elite
a
don't
bad
control
word.
my life. They don't define anything for me.
Then you live
I'm
a
not a
very
cook to
sheltered life.
elites.
I mean,
Yeah, the idea of a hero, if I may,
Please.
it's not that we or a hero saves everybody from immorality. It is that in the moment, in this singular moment, that somebody that is not subscribed, they don't know you, that they step in and they're there for you. You were not expecting it. You weren't expecting your own failure. They were not expecting you to fail. And then they step in and they interject them. And it is a very finite moment. It is very acute to just this moment. There, because the idea of a hero coming to save the entire world on such a broad spectrum, there are bound to be pushback to people that did not need to be saved in the way that you think that you, and then it becomes enforcement. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean,
So
that's the
like
uniqueness of Christ.
Superman swooping down to pull a child out in front of a speeding car. That is in a very acute moment. Every single one of the comic book moments, they are very acute. Batman didn't save the world. Superman didn't save the world. They could only be where they were, no matter how fast they could move. They were only here, right now, in this moment. Yeah. So
Also,
that's where heroicism kind of comes in. Is even people that are not special, they're
that's not the
here.
core of Achilles' heroism.
No, it's not the core, but that is part of him. It's sort of a hero is bound within a civilization because it's a
Right, but
particular
no one
person.
reads the Iliad because Achilles rapes, plunders, and takes slaves. They
No,
they
but
read it for
Jeff, that's not what I'm trying to say either. But the totality of Achilles is a Greek hero, and while some of it has been inherited by us, there's also a lot
yeah.
of that heroic archetype that are different. The heroic archetype is unique. It's a
The
particular
heroic
archetype
archetype
of
changed
civilization.
through the ages too.
Yes, it's a
You had the
particular. It's
hero,
not
the sage,
universal.
the saint, the
Yes, it's a particular, not a universal. It's inherently
right. Every
non-universalist.
act, you don't have ethics at all without some kind of act. It has to finally ensue in some action. And every human being is not all going to take the same action. So of course it's particular. It's
Yeah,
particular to each person making the decision on what act to take.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Jeff. I prefer the heroic morality. I do subscribe to it. That doesn't, but I'm trying to explain the morality of a lot of modern people. I know a lot of friends
The
who
elites, the
are
European elites, but
universalists.
even they
Not the
are
elites. I know a
making
lot of modern
individual
friends.
ethical act, like they're making decisions individually and acting individually, unless they're this
Sure, but
hive mind that's being controlled or something. But that's
they
again, that would be weird. That is not the norm.
it's beginning to be the slight norm. At least like 8 to 10% of the Norwegian population vote for parties which are inherently universalist, which prioritize the globe over Norway. That would be a sort of universalist ethic where
Maybe this is something particular to where you are, like Fatty's in Idaho, and there's more Nazi and racism up there, so he tends to think there's more of it everywhere else.
maybe, I mean,
But what you're describing about Norway is hardly recognizable to me here in the US, except in like little pockets of extreme wokeness or progressivism. So I'm just having a hard time relating to it as a norm that somehow displaced heroic culture.
I'm not. It didn't displace, but you could say it. It went from nothing, a philosophical curiosity, to now a competing moral framework. That doesn't mean it's winning the masses, but it has won a lot of people in power, and that has consequences. And I do think that the heroic is on a return. I mean, just look at politics and
I
philosophy
don't
and
think it's ever
culture
went
in recent
anywhere.
times. It's a constant battle between the universal and particular. I mean, even though I would say Christianity is quite particular, during the Middle Ages, it was very much the universalist framework. You know, it was the church, the unified Christendom. Whilst you had the particular kingly archetypes of each nation competing. You know, like the French kings, they fought with the church to have that. What is it called? Gallicanism, where the French church is a particular institution of the king, even though it's part of the universal church. And then of course you have the Protestant Reformations. Like it's nothing new. The battle between the particular moral framework and the universalist. It's just that we are living through a period where they have some level of dominance at the top, and probably in 10, 20 years, it'll be the particularists who have dominance at the top. And then a few decades
Right.
later,
So
it's going back and
So
forth.
that's why I was confused with your opening
Yeah.
claim that there is a new dominant morality that has somehow already won out, and the
Oh, no,
heroic
no, no. It
is
hasn't won
the
yet. Probably
that's what I was confused about.
won.
'Cause
Yeah,
I'm like,
no.
I'm not aware that one particular worldview has suddenly established itself as dominant in an open global society, and that the heroic is suddenly not, lost its relevance. That's what I was
Yeah, no.
reacting to and
That was
confused
not
by.
what I'm trying to say either. But you know, the competition between the particular and the universal is it's quite.
I
I
mean,
wouldn't
there's
say
always
ironically,
been
it's universal.
in a open, like free and open liberal society, there's always competing worldviews, ideologies, ethical systems, etc. And that just to me just means liberalism is working like it's supposed to. That no one set has gained dominance. Because then we'd be in a different form of government. We'd be in authoritarianism or totalitarianism.
Right. And does it make sense to, as far as a hero is concerned, does it make sense that they absorb, a hero must absorb the risk of whoever it is that they are, you know, I could push, the old lady or the child out in front of the bus, but now I absorb the bus. It could cost me my life. However, did I am I a hero? Yeah, I could put myself out there, politically, like you say about the bigger picture, and I could have something to say. I could, you know petition for change, but I'm going to put myself in the forefront of criticism to affect change, and they will come after me.
Yes.
They will come after me.
I mean, that is, I suppose, the difference between like the martyr archetype is a subset of the heroic archetype. In that, a hero who puts himself in the way of risk and harm and loses his life doing it becomes a martyr. It's a different type of hero. And so by putting yourself at risk of being martyred, you are inherently a hero. Though not necessarily to everyone. Like, again, to some people, okay, I don't know. Can I talk about this on stream? It should be fine. Jihadists, to them, strapping a bomb vest to yourself and running into an American column in Afghanistan, that was heroic. That was to inhabit the heroic archetype of the Taliban. But to us, that wasn't heroic. but I think it's wrong to say it wasn't heroic at all, because to them it was. In their culture, society, and their point of view, that was an embodiment of the heroic archetype. And so again, I just think that's further proof that it's not something universal. There are universal traits to the hero, because we're all humans. So there is something that's universal inherent in us, but there's...
I never made the claim it was universal.
No, I'm not criticizing you for that either.
But there's somebody in the back. Can you flash your camera real quick so I can vet you?
Can you flash real quick? I want to find out, man.
Okay, carry on.
Is he coming on or what?
He flashes the camera. Yeah, I just asked the AI, like, is there anything universal about our modern society? And it gave things like money systems, paperwork, bureaucracy, time discipline, systems, technology. It's not saying anything cultural or aesthetic or moral or ethical. It's like the practical form of our society is universal.
Let me
Because
ask
culture
a
isn't universal,
controversial
right?
question.
It varies depending on where you are. Obviously.
Yeah, I don't think we
me
have
ask
a global culture yet.
Let me ask you a question, Jeff. Is there a moral difference between someone killing a Syrian and someone killing an American? Just on the street, you're walking, and a Syrian is killed or an American is killed.
I'd have to know
It's
way
killing
more
is killing.
detail than that.
Yeah,
I'd have
exactly.
to know
That's
the
a
exact facts of the
that's
situation.
a more universalist framework. Like, to the Romans, killing a non-Roman, that was way less severe than killing a Roman, because there was no universal illegality or immorality of killing. Sure, there was a heavy frowning upon of killing completely, but there was a difference, and that's one part where the universalist faction has won. And I would say for the good, for the better. I think it's good that we have this universalist view of murder, that no matter who, we shouldn't kill. But that was a long and hard.
No, I didn't say that. I think there are very much situations where we should kill.
No, yeah, but if you
and we
no, I'm not saying that.
No, that's not what he's saying, Jeff. That's not what he was saying.
Same scenario, but the victim is one of your tribe or not of your tribe. Both are. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just a psychopath who kills someone. And to the Romans, into the ancient world, they would make a difference in that it's less moral. Just a random psychopathic killer of my tribe.
Even that, I don't know that that's particularly tied to the heroic.
What he was just asking is like, morally speaking, is there a difference between killing somebody from one country or killing somebody from another country?
I'd have to know detail. Like, I can't answer.
And I don't think there really is any details necessary. I think
the exact same scenario. The only difference being the victim.
Just murdering an innocent person.
Executing a serial killer in one country versus like
no. We're not saying a serial killer.
Or in another country.
No.
I could answer that question with those kind of details.
That's not what he's saying, though. He's just saying killing somebody innocent from either country. He's just making the point of like, so if somebody was murdered from one country and another, that's innocent. They don't deserve to get murdered. It's just a psychopath.
The same psychopath that's going all over the globe.
Correct.
Who kills people in different countries. Is one person's life less like valuable?
So you have
therefore
right.
More moral.
Idea of.
He's not saying like the death penalty of like murder or something. He's just using just killing an innocent person from one country to the other. Is there a moral difference if it's a Syrian versus an African? Just giving you an example.
If
and the answer is really
only difference is the race, I would say no.
Exactly.
Situations were identical, and the only factor that's different is the race.
He's just making an example of a universal, moral standard, basically.
Am
I right, Dolbez? Is that basically what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Fully right.
You have this
idea. To be
of
universal, everybody would have to subscribe to. So if some people say, yeah, it's completely immoral that one was killed overnight, then we're not at a universal standard.
So you have this
Maybe
idea
it's the word
of
universal that's throwing me.
No, Jeff, I'm not saying universal in this context. We're talking doesn't mean that everyone subscribes to it. It means that if someone subscribes to it, the action should be identical. It's like the people. If a Syrian subscribing to this moral framework should act the exact same way as an American, whilst a particular system there would be differences. Like universal means universal application, not that the entire globe has it. There's no ideology that dominates the globe, but a universalist ethic would mean that those who have it act identically or act in the same universal method.
Does that make sense? Like killing in the name of versus killing to stop the killing.
I think what you said about tribalism makes the most sense to me. If it's somebody from your tribe versus not, and again, I think that's on an individual level. There will be lots of people in the modern world that I believe still would say, if it's not my tribe, then it's less. I don't know if they use the word moral, but it's less of an issue than it was somebody from my tribe. And I think there's plenty of people that would feel like we do, like it doesn't matter what tribe. A death is a death.
Yeah.
Particularly an innocent death, you know.
Yeah.
Not, you know, we're not talking about like a death in war or death of a terrorist, or just really just talking about just an innocent.
All we're doing is
person.
like redrawing the lines of what constitutes the tribe.
To a certain extent,
Yeah.
you can argue that the universalist ethicists, they just redrew tribe to be everyone. but that's the same as removing the tribe. If the tribe includes every single
Oh, that's what you mean by universal. There's like one tribe. There's no tribe.
Apply
the morality is not tribal. It's
the
global.
application of the morality should be identical to every single person you're applying.
I still don't think we're there. Like, until we move past nation. I don't think we're ready to move past nationalism yet. So
I hope we won't move past it completely, but we have moved past some elements of it, like the innocence of life, even though it hasn't been embraced completely. Like, you know, people care about starvation in Africa, but we care more about a single murder or rape in our own countries. But you know, the Romans, they wouldn't care at all that 6 million Gauls died. They were like,
I mean, I never thought that we're still operating off of Roman morality. That's not even like medieval morality. So
no, but
there's definitely a modern morality in contrast to the Greeks and the Romans. I just don't connect it with the hero.
No, but that's an example of where the battle between the universal and the particular has won in favor of the universal, and then there are other places where the particular has won. I'm not saying that we have completely shifted towards universal.
By particular, do you mean tribal? Can I just swap out like global?
You can swap it out. You can swap it out. It works for the most part.
That makes way more sense to me.
Yeah, so like there has been a battle between that, and I think the Middle Ages was sort of the big battle, and we still live in the wake of that. I mean, Tom Holland, the historian, not the actor, two different people. Tom Holland, the historian, he talked about how modernity still feels the echoes of the Middle Ages. Every sort of
I even agree. Even all the cultures,
of course. But he would argue that the echoes of Greece were dealt with in the Middle Ages and sort of integrated, and that caused the new echoes. So like we're one step removed from the Greeks because we have the Middle Ages, the 1,000-year-long Middle Ages between. So like the Greeks and the Romans influenced the Middle Ages, and that in turn influenced us. In that, you know.
Yeah, it's a parent culture of our own.
I mean, he and I would both
and
argue
the hero
that,
is part of that.
Yeah, of course. And he and I would both argue that we are still part of the same civilization as the Middle Ages. That the sort of civilization and system we have is just the tail end of the medieval system. He called
it. That's all subjective and depending on what criteria and where you're drawing the line. Each scholar is going to come up with some like. I mean, I understand your broad point, but
yeah, I mean that's just a disagreement. There are, you know, the name the Middle Ages.
I don't think anybody alive today would think that we are the Middle Ages.
No, but I think if we look at so if we can both agree that the Bronze Age Greeks and the classical Greeks were two different civilizations. There's enough difference.
They're like strata, and the strata is still in all of us. Like we still all have those strata.
Yeah, but
we're just operating from the modern layer right now.
there's a parent-son relationship. It isn't the same civilization. It's a parent-son relationship. So like, and then from the classical Greeks into the Roman Greeks, that's not the parent-child. That's sort of the same, the classical civilization. But then he would argue that the Middle
Chronologically,
Ages
it is. I mean, it one influenced the other. The Romans didn't influence the Greeks.
No, at least. Well,
so there's chronological descent, which is where the analogy of parent and child comes from. So you could keep doing that up to the modern world, but we still have all of that cultural DNA in us, and within any individual and any culture or social setting, any of that can be active or emerge at any point.
Yeah,
just because we've moved to other layers doesn't mean those old layers are completely dead.
I mean, but that's
they still have an
you
impact.
Have the genes of your father, but you aren't your father. You have his genes, but you aren't him. We have a lot. We have the genes from the Greeks.
But I partly am
anymore. Partly, yes, but that is a parent-son relationship. Like, one civilization is the child of another, but it has recapitulated and recontextualized enough of its own cultural DNA from its parents to be its own thing. It's like the imperial Romans were the same as the Republican Romans. Like, not the same, but they were the same being. But then when Rome fell, it took so many centuries, and they had to sort of rethink and recapitulate so many of the ideas they had inherited, that I think you can make a valid argument that that was the birth of a new civilization as the son or the child of the previous one. Now, other scholars will just say that it's continuous, and that's sort of there is a battle between in sort of
most scholars of intellectual history agree on the broad eras of like. So I get what you're saying. I just don't understand. I don't.
Okay, my point is I'm quibbling.
I agree with you descriptively. Yes, all of that, and now we're at the modern world.
My point is that
but I don't know where the point is.
I'm quibbling with the late sort of categorization. I think the idea that we reached the Enlightenment and that was a new civilization, which is what it did. That's why they called the Middle Ages, because they believed we were now the third age. It was the Greeks or the classicals, then was the medieval people, and then it's us. I don't agree with that. I think we're still within the same general framework as the Middle Ages. We haven't sort of recapitulated ourselves enough, at least not yet. I'm also of the opinion that World War I was sort of the crack, and that we're probably in the process of changing. Like, the Industrial Revolution and that has changed so much that I think it's time to think about that we're now beginning a new parent-son relationship with the old. But at least up through then, I think the Enlightenment is within the medieval trajectory. As they believed it was a rejection of the medieval trajectory.
That's a minority viewpoint. In fact, I haven't really encountered it.
I know. That's why
I mean, the Enlightenment was different enough from the Middle Ages to most people are not going to confuse it as the same entity.
That's my disagreement. I don't think if we look at the sort of metrical difference that we used to categorize.
I mean, then you have the Renaissance. Like there could not be a more stark contrast between two stages of civilization than the Middle Ages and the Renaissance.
I think those.
If anything, the Enlightenment is a continuation of the Renaissance.
And the Renaissance is a clear continuation of the Middle Ages.
It's not when you say clear, no, my friend, it is not by any means clear to me. I see two completely different civilizations.
And
I can't believe you can look at the Renaissance and all of its achievements, and you can look at the Middle Ages and say, oh, basically the same.
I mean,
your eye is not catching something.
Look at the High Middle Ages, Jeff. It was so civilized, so philosophical, so advanced that it's very much comparable. Like, if the Black Death, like the thing the Renaissance has is that it has the Black Death, that sort of mortality and death morality suffused into it. Like, if it wasn't for the Black Death, the High Middle Ages would have continued on, and we would have been at the Renaissance age way earlier. Like, the Renaissance is.
Well, it has Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Shakespeare.
That's a result of the flourishing that was set up during the High Middle Ages, and the various systems that they made is what created the Renaissance.
But then it would have happened then. There was something unique that it happened when it did, and not in the Middle Ages, that makes it different.
It was about to happen, and then 60% of Europe's population died. Like this whole
You don't know. You can't say it was about to happen if you have no way to test or
but
verify that at all. In your
argue.
mind, it might have been about to happen, but nobody else has to
If we
accept that.
can't do projections and predictions, then we can't argue. Like that, then
I just prefer to stick to what actually happened. And when you look at the Renaissance and you look every book I've ever seen, encyclopedias, books on intellectual history, look, I have one right here, clearly divides the Renaissance from the Middle Ages. You are probably the first person I've encountered that doesn't see much difference between the two.
I'm not saying we shouldn't divide them, but I'm saying that the Middle Ages is so big that it can have the Renaissance inside of it as one period of the Middle Ages. Like,
but the Renaissance is so much larger than the Middle Ages that it kind of eclipses it eclipses the Middle Ages, and so it's weird to contain it in the Middle Ages when it kind of transcends and breaks out of the structure and paradigm of the Middle Ages.
If you think the Middle Ages is smaller than the Renaissance, then
I don't know what you mean by smaller, but definitely an achievement in cultural advancement and achievement. You know what, Dobes, you're gonna have to write your book. We're not going to be able to do this in a one stream conference. You are going to have to be able to write your Copernican revolution that completely reorients the way scholarship thinks about Western history, and that the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment is all one cultural entity. Now, the case has been made, and I subscribe to it, that all of Western culture is a single entity, like a cultural entity.
Dominion by Tom Holland. I recommend
it.
Well,
why didn't you just say that? I'll just get a summary of that, and I'll understand much better what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but Jeff, that's not funny. It's not enjoyable to just send books to each other.
But it's all arbitrary, like where you draw these lines. And most people, it makes sense to draw the lines where they're currently drawn. I mean, if you have some other reason for marking off antiquity from the Middle Ages and then folding all of modern culture into the Middle Ages, that's interesting. I would just have to know way more about it in detail on why you conceptualize it that way.
When I think about the conceptualization of what age we are in, I think a good sort of thought experiment is, if I was dropped back 800 years, 2,000 years, 5,000 years, and of course I magically learn a language, would I sort of feel somewhat at home? I think I would feel at home in Norway from 700 years ago, but when you come to like 1,500 years, it will be a foreign country.
So it's vibe epistemology.
I mean,
I would feel at home in classical Athens probably more than anywhere. Even if you drop me in the Middle Ages, I think I would feel more at home in ancient Greece.
Would you feel at home in the intellectual echelons of classical Athens, or the Athens with its 60,000?
I feel at home. Lords? I'd feel at home at like the
school of Plato and Socrates. And
yes, exactly. Where they would gather in the marketplace and sit around and talk. That's where I would be. I'm like, where's Socrates?
Yeah, but that was only one part of classical civilization. It's the part that we inherited.
A significant part for intellectual and cultural history.
It's very significant because that's the primary part we inherited.
I think we're looking at two different maps, and I think the features on my maps are intellectual, cultural, artistic, aesthetic, and I think yours are like political structures or forms of government. And I think we're looking at two different maps. I'm looking at the cultural map, and you're looking at more like the political map.
I mean, no. To me, the biggest importance and factors for when I look at the past is culture and history. That's like, even though
culturally, what you're saying is not very intelligible to me. Politically, it might be like the forms of government, because I don't really pay as much attention to those as the cultural stuff.
Well, ironically, we are quite similar to the ancients politically. The Americans modeled your constitution modeled after the Roman Republic. Based on Polybius or whatever he's.
That's why it's a cultural unity that keeps iterating itself.
Yeah, like that is. I think that the Middle Ages can be clearly said to end with the coming of the Enlightenment. I think the Enlightenment is still very much part of the broader trajectory set up by the Middle Ages, but it's very clearly its own thing. The Renaissance, I think, you can...
People would also say the Renaissance is clearly its own thing.
Yeah,
so your
okay.
clarity is not the same as everybody else's
Okay,
clarity. Clarity
let's
is
say-
a very subjective word.
My argument is that I think instead of the Renaissance being the first child of the Middle Ages, I would rather have it as the end point of the
Okay,
Middle
then put
Ages.
it there in your book, and all the books I use, I'll keep it where they have it on their map, and you can make a different map and put it where you want. But this is so abstract and
It is.
academic.
I mean, isn't that a bit fun, Jeff, to see each other's positions and talk about this? You know, I've had so much debate with my history friend. Like, okay, my friend and I in high school, instead of paying attention in sociology class, we would just sit in a corner and debate the legalism of the Roman inheritance. So, like, which nation was the true inheritor of Rome? Was it the Empire of Charlemagne, the Holy Roman Empire, or was it the Eastern Romans, or the Catholic Church? You know, where does he... And you know, that's sort of the type of person I am. I like to figure out these differences. Like, okay, one of my favorite sort of hobbies is to look at the sort of culture wars of the past, and I ask myself, which side would I be on? Like, okay, would you support the Ghibellines or the Guelphs of the 11th and 12th century Italy? They had a culture war between allegiance to the emperor in
Probably the one,
Aachen,
whichever one didn't fuck over Dante.
I unfortunately don't remember which side, but I am. My opinion would be, I would be more of a Ghibelline, so supporter of the emperor. However, the Pope at that time was a freaking badass. He was sort of he is almost single-handedly the person who caused the invention of the universities, because he wanted to universalize the theology, and so he set up schools of theology across the lands to educate priests all over, and then he attracted other talents to unify those subjects with theology. And now suddenly you have places of learning where you learn theology, history, mathematics, physics, chemistry, everything in one place, using the same structure across all of Europe. So, like, the Italian culture war of the 12th century or the 11th is basically the birth of the university system. So, like, in its achievement, I am a papist. I mean, the Pope at that time was really good. I don't remember his name, but it was like the Great Church Reformation, or whatever it's called. It almost ended. It ended in like a genocide in southern France and the birth of the Inquisition, because they didn't want to submit to papal authority, and they became Satanists. They were Cathars. I don't remember exactly their doctrine, but the Cathars are interesting. I wish I knew more about them, and I probably should, because what happened in southern France was sort of really brutal. But it was the sort of first action of the Inquisition, which horrified a lot of the church officials, and began the end of the Great Church Reformation, because now the church didn't really believe in itself anymore, because it was so brutal towards fellow Christians. So that's why, you know, the Inquisition in Spain centuries later was very mellow, like maybe 5,000 executions over a span of centuries. Very mellow, very low level. But okay, my fundamental point is, as a hobby, I really like looking at the culture wars of previous centuries, because I think it's very fascinating, because based on the victor, you can see the traces of that in modern society. You can see the traces of the victors in our modern society. You know, the Socratics versus the Sophists. That's a culture war of the Greeks at that time. And because the Socratic side won, that's
a culture war I'm still fighting on here.
Yeah, of course. But just imagine that you have that for one particular time, but I have that as my general interest in all of history. So, like, every historical period, I like to look at the sort of culture war at that
I mean,
time.
I
So, for
have
example,
I have my same little points. I'm not going to look at every single culture
no, no,
wherever throughout history, but I have the
no, of
ones
course,
that resonate with me and are relevant
yeah,
to my life, just like you do. And most of them are intellectual. Like the Socratic one is one
yeah.
of them.
But
The Rise of Greek Tragedy. I'm reading The Birth of Tragedy right now. The
excellent book.
development of Orphism out of the context of Dionysianism. All those little cultural like splits where one culture starts to emerge from another, and there's that tension point between the
Yeah,
two.
very fun,
You can
very
find those
fascinating.
all across Western history.
Yeah, and I mean, I like it as well because it's very core to my own country, in that Scandinavia is sort of the modern Scandinavia was born out of a culture war between the Vikings and the Christians. Like, you know, that that started out with the Vikings, of course, expanding, raiding, pillaging, conquering, but then bringing priests back. And then at home, there was 2 centuries of battle between the Norse Christians and the Norse paganists, which the Christians eventually won. But the sort of culture war didn't really end. It just shifted form because the kings had become the Christians. And since they couldn't raid anymore, the power of society was no longer naval. The power was agriculture. And so then you had a morphing and change of the culture war between the sort of inland people of the farms and the coastal mercantile people. And those mercantile people, they became the foundation of the medieval trade networks and the Hanseatic League and all that stuff. And that became the foundation of modern capitalism, fighting against the interior industrialism. So you can see this constant struggle, throughout the ages. And it's a fascinating part of history.
Yeah, I know. I studied. That's most of what I read. It's your version of it is just very confusing to me because I haven't encountered it before. Maybe it's the
Yeah.
Norwegian bent. Maybe it's the
No.
historian
I
you read.
I can freely admit that my opinions are oftentimes quite strange. They are.
Well,
And
their opinions. I mean, they can be anything. But it's when you try to like take them from opinion to something else. Like,
well, I mean, I believe that is the more correct understanding of it. That doesn't mean other people can't have their own understanding, and maybe they're
yeah,
right.
I'm not persuaded. My understanding works a lot better for what my interests are.
I'm not trying to convince you either. Like that, this isn't a sort of debate.
Well, none of it's subjective. There's no objective line between one. So
of course,
we just have to use our own critical judgment. But mine pretty much matches the scholars that I've been immersed in.
Yeah, I am. Mine matches some recent scholars like Tom Holland. Even though Tom Holland has a lot of faults, he's a bit too British for my view. He's sort of is very much a post-Empire Brit, and a lot of my sticking points with him is where that shines through. He argued, and I don't know how I feel about it, but he argued that woke is an outgrowth of Christianity. It's a reemergence of Christianity within a secular world, whilst the old Christianity that's still faithful resides.
There's similarity. Like that's all a very figurative way of talking. Because what he's talking about is there's similarities between the two, but like you have to be very careful with language when you start analogizing between these different cultural forms. James Lindsay did the same thing with Gnosticism, and it is not Gnosticism reborn. It is a movement that has features similar to Gnosticism that resemble Gnosticism.
Yeah, although at least in his scenario, those movements have a lot of the founding figures were knowledgeable about Gnosticism. That doesn't make it Gnostic, though. That's sort of the big difference. Like just because your founding ideology has a lot of influence from X doesn't make it X, but it just means that it has similar traits. So like a lot of the modern sort of fascism, socialism, whatever, were very inspired by Hegel, and Hegel was very inspired by Gnosticism. But that doesn't make it Gnostic. It just means that it has a lot of common threads with Gnosticism. So I also have some criticism of James Lindsay. I remember I saw he did a conference in 2022 called the Gnostic Parasite, which was my main introduction to him. And I remember it was brilliant, but the funny thing is, when he presented Gnosticism, I found he presented it very well. However, I just didn't always agree that this is necessarily wrong or evil. Like, his presentation of fact and the actual beliefs they have are excellent, at least in that seminar. But the conclusion that this is inherently wrong and evil, I think that's a result more of his own convictions than something that flows naturally from the sort of facts he presented. I think your opinion of Gnosticism it can't be derived from just reading about Gnosticism itself. It has to be influenced by who you are as a person. Like, do you disagree with these ideas? It's like, as above, so below, I think in a lot of cases is a fundamentally correct thing. And in other cases, it's wrong. So I don't think it's a fundamental law of the universe, but it's a pattern that appears often enough that I won't dismiss it just because some Gnostics believed in it. Whilst James Lindsay, when he talked about it, seems to be like rabidly frothing at the mouth that, as above, so below. That any sort of
Not
movement.
even a Gnostic. That was Hermetic and probably even older than
Yeah,
that.
but he argues that that's kind of the same thing. He uses Gnostic as a sort of categorical.
That's what I'm saying. Like it takes people are. I think we're in the age of fuzzy language. There is this resistance to linguistic precision, and people just throw around terms because they sound nice, they have a rhetorical impact, they're sensational, they look good on social media, but nobody's bothering to pin down what these terms are that everybody's using, because they do that with the gender shit on the LGBT side. Everybody has all these gender terms and they mean a different thing to each person using them. So it sounds like they're using a shared language, but they aren't. And nobody cares enough to sit down together and figure out what each other's talking about. It's so frustrating to an intellectual like
problem. I think a lot of it is intentional. I mean, the postmodernists do say that one of the main vehicles of power is the ruination of the definition of words, but that's only one group. Most people do subscribe to having sound definitions of words and philosophies, but I think a big issue is that the modern age, we are just so many people, like during the Enlightenment, sure, there were a lot of intelligent figures, but every century there were perhaps 50 great thinkers in Europe who all had some semblance of understanding of each other, at least to some extent. It wasn't this, like right now, the amount of information online. I can search up Gnosticism and find a 10-hour seminar that has less than 20 views. And maybe it's brilliant, and maybe it uses its own definition. But my point is, there's so many people now that the ability to have universal definitions is much more difficult than.
That's bullshit. The two people having the conversation are the one. Okay, I'm getting frustrated with this universal thing because it doesn't exist in real world practicality. Two people talking like you and I can sit down together and figure out what we mean when we use different words. Philosophers do it all the time. Most of my philosophy work that I did at university was sorting through semantics and language to make sure we were even talking about the same thing. And then you get to what the actual argument is. Oftentimes there's not one. It was just linguistic confusion.
Of course.
And so intelligent people are perfectly capable of doing that. I've done it on this channel many times over and over.
But they are doing that. It's just that when James Lindsay defined Gnosticism, that's a different definition when Benjamin Davis defines Gnosticism. And that, like, even though they take the time to define it, they don't use the same definition. Whilst if they had known about each other, they may have, then maybe James Lindsay would have used the definition that Benjamin Davis puts forth, because that's
They
already
don't have
known.
to use each other's definition. I just
No.
need to know what each one of them are talking
Yeah.
about when they use the word. So if they've defined it for themselves within their own idiolect, I'm good.
Yeah, I would say that at least James Lindsay did do that, but I don't think he's reiterating it frequently enough. He did that in that old seminar, Gnostic Parasites, but I mean, when he became more political, or well, he was always political, but when he sort of began looking mostly at the politics of, for example, the woke, I do think he stopped defining it as clearly, because the purpose was no longer philosophical, it was actual politics. Like, the purpose of his fight against the woke right was inherently the political fight, even though he disagreed philosophically, and he does have some philosophical definitions. It's just that's not the primary cause anymore. Whilst back then, he actually spent like a 10-hour seminar looking at what it means to be Gnostic and what's the traits of the woke left and how do we define it. Whilst right now he's more political and he's more sloppy with his definitions because that's not the primary purpose. Like I
haven't even looked at him in probably close to a year. I forgot he was even out there. He never comes across my feed anymore.
Yeah.
I never hear anybody talk about him. He's still doing things.
Yeah, but he sort of lost relevance. Oh.
Uh-oh. That must be him, huh? His signal. Okay, well, we'll wait for Dobes to get back. Maybe I'll do an intermission. I gotta pee anyway. Let's I'll give him a few minutes. Now that we have AI and Google Notebook, it's very easy to kind of work some of this stuff out while it's happening. In fact, I should have just pulled Charlie up. All right, we lost Dobes, folks. I'm gonna do a quick little intermission and put a tune or something on for you. I'll be right back.
We're tracing the blueprint, reading the page. Two minds in a dance on a digital stage. We bond in the silence, in the ways that we're wired. A synchrony born in the heat of the fire. I see your reflection, you're reading my cues. In the channels the normies are likely to lose. A mirror for neurons, a bridge for the soul. In this common goal, we're becoming a whole. I am the signal, you are the station, a Dionysian hum, a core vibration, losing the self in the vibe and the flow. But the deeper we melt, the more that we know the power to heal, the strength to be real, or the gut punch of iron, the coldness of steel. Locked in the meld where the boundaries thin, where do my thoughts end and yours begin? It's a Dionysian rush, the weight of the we and the double empathy. We're finally free, we're team human now, no longer alone in a sanctuary made of the misfits we've known. With the synchrony wave as the vibe starts to fray, when the common goal turns and moves the other way. The risk of the merger, the price of the bond, is the shadow of silence that lingers beyond. Then comes a Judas kiss, club of the exiles. The boundaries are made, plugged into creation, wired to the frame. The connection is power, but I'm keeping my name, keeping my name.
Oop. Oop, I'm back. Hang on. Give me. All right, there we go. Thanks. Is it? It's a frustrating one for me, and I'm trying to figure out why. Welcome back. Ooh, I'm cold.
There. Oh, hello. Wait, I need to. Wait. Why my camera is in the way of where I want to click there? Wait, you're blue. You are blue, Jeff.
Blue.
Your profile picture, it's different from what it's been for ages. It has blue edge lighting. Or maybe I'm hallucinating, but I feel like it wasn't blue
Oh,
before.
it is blue.
Yeah.
Some
You
in
look
different
like
colors.
a 2015 YouTuber. Because back then it was all the rage to color their hair.
I used to color my hair in real life.
You did?
Yeah. I had blue hair, purple mohawk, green hair, teal blue hair, manic panic. It was a very Gen X look.
I feel like
That's why you see that all the old people today with the purple hair, the blue hair, and like the old
true.
ladies, they're probably from my generation.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those moments where I forget that, you're not as young as me. You have decades of life that I don't know anything about. Like, you having colored hair just doesn't fit inside my understanding of you as a person. Like,
Oh yeah, I
you're
used to be a palmer. I had a purple mohawk,
yeah.
a spiked leather dog collar. I wore all my goth gear, combat boots, my bondage cuffs.
Yeah, no, that
That was when I was at college. That was my look. That's how I showed up at
Mm.
college class every day.
So what you're saying is, since I'm that age, I should also get my hair a different color.
No, you should do whatever you want. Whatever you're inspired to do with your hair.
I mean, I am famously bad at buying clothes, but
Yeah,
at
me too.
least I did, as I said, I bought this wristband for the watch, so at least I bought something to accessorize my look, my appearance. But I probably won't be coloring my hair anytime soon. It's did I do it at some point in my childhood?
I don't even know if it's a thing now with the kids. Other than
happens again.
are you okay?
Yeah, if you want to look, I'm using this is my mount. I just have this one hanging here, and then I place my phone in that to record me, and it falls sometimes. I don't have a actual camera. I just use my phone
Oh,
as the camera, and it's a bit of a janky solution, as you might surmise. I think maybe it's. I mean, I can't have it here. This looks so bad. Hey guys, yeah. So Jeff, no, I can't do this. Can I do? I shouldn't be covering the microphone either. That's not a bad thing. Maybe it's time to retire the camera for tonight.
well, it's working. It's working. Wherever you have it now is working.
I'm holding it.
You just holding it?
I can't sit holding it all the time. I need to wait. Yeah, like this.
Or just use your avatar. I mean, you don't have to be on camera.
true. I can I do it blindfolded? Can I click my avatar blindfolded? No, I can't. Yeah, that's very true. But because I needed to charge my phone, that's why I'm trying to change it. But yeah. Okay. If you... What is Not Lost talking about? Makeup? Oh! English. English. I forgot. That can mean if you had trouble and you stopped having trouble.
Make up? What do y'all call it in Norway? Like if you
No,
have a fight and you make up?
Yeah, you kommer overens. And what does that? You
Well, I mean, what's the English like idiom?
you
that y'all would
overcome the
use?
boundary is probably the
Overcome the
closest translation.
boundary. Yeah, we were fighting, but we overcame the boundary. I like that.
Yeah. Welcome to Germanic languages. It's a unique way of speaking. We overcame the boundary that we had between each other. And it's not even
So
that.
a fight is because of a boundary?
Not always, no. Like, it doesn't actually mean boundary. I just don't have another way of translating
It's like
over
some
ends.
kind of obstacle.
I don't have a way of translating over ends because ends means a person's. And I'm very careful with the amount of S's. It means a person's. And so over ends means over the person's. So basically, you are coming over the persons. That is the most direct translation of that. But when I tried to translate the meaning, the closest I could come was overcome a boundary. This is the thing with languages, Jeff. When I translate things literally, it doesn't really make as much sense. You need to translate the meaning of it. But that doesn't sound as cool. Like overcome the persons. That does sound kind of cool, I must admit.
Overcoming boundaries is the best.
It is pretty cool as well.
I like it better than make up.
Yeah. What other sayings do we have? Oh, this one I like. When there's something suspicious going on, you can say there's owls in the moss.
Ooh, there's one for the panel verse.
There's owls in the moss, guys.
In fact, you're also giving me titles for future streams. I need to write these down. Owls in the moss. Overcoming boundaries.
I mean, actually, when I think about it, overcoming, komme overens. That might translate well to overcoming the ego. Because ens means the persons or the selves, the self's self. If that makes sense, the person's person, the ens. Actually, I'm gonna ask an AI, how would you translate this?
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what the AI says. Okay. I mean, okay, you can't just say reconcile. And I mean, I am of the opinion that if you can say something in one word, that's usually cooler than saying a sentence.
No. Overcoming the boundaries still wins. Reconcile is so bougie, so sedity. Have you reconciled? Well, yes, we did. We were in a fight, but we've reconciled.
Yeah. So
I like
yeah.
Is that what it recommends? Reconcile?
I asked it to translate literally, translate the meaning, and give the closest English saying. And so literally, it decides on come in agreement, but that's because it translates overens as one word instead of what I did, which was take the original two words which combine to become overens, which means over the self. And so when you do that again, it suggested to become aligned, or to cross, to sort of go above the ego. But I find the boundary one is kind of cooler. But I do like to become aligned. That is also kind of cool.
Did you overcome your ego?
That sounds passive
You two were
aggressive.
fighting. Did you overcome your ego? I mean, ultimately, that's really what it comes down to. But
yeah, but
like,
that is
nobody
hella
ever
passive aggressive.
completely overcomes their ego or transcends it. So you're never going to be fully.
If my father asked me that after me and my brother had been fighting, and like, did you overcome your ego? I would take that so personally. As a, my ego, is that a fault for this?
That's because that's the ego.
Yeah, but it's
your
it's
ego.
so passive
You haven't
aggressive.
overcome it if you're taking it personally.
That is so passive aggressive, and I quite like my ego. And obviously, it's always my brother's fault. It's never mine. Always my brother's fault. Just for clarity's sake. That's you have siblings too, right? You know that the siblings are always at fault. That's how it goes.
Usually, I was the scapegoat. I was the black sheep. I was the one responsible for everything. Whatever bad was happening, Jeff somehow did it.
So you feel how it is, huh?
I was the default. I'm not kidding. Anytime anything went wrong, the whole family just automatically assumed it was me. Almost every time. And then I'd have to talk, present my way out of it, argue my way out of it.
The burden of proof was always on you.
Yes. But then eventually you just learn to ignore people. You just don't care anymore what their issues with.
It also depends on how serious the family is about it. If it's sort of joking, oh, is it you again, or whatever.
Yeah, we weren't a very serious family to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah.
But my mom would fuss. Jeffrey! It wasn't me. But she was also the type that no matter who did it, she would yell at the first person that came in the door.
Oh.
And dump it all on them, and then they could pass it on to whoever did it.
I'm so glad I didn't have parents like that.
It was chaotic.
Yeah. I have had a few teachers like that, though. Where the messenger is at fault for the message. Let's put it like that. The first person who delivers the message is at fault for it, no matter what.
It's really just she needs a convenient target, and anybody will do if she needs to emotionally unload.
And it's also faulty logic that the guilty will admit first. When I've talked to a teacher like that who in elementary school, it was because she had a fundamental idea that a guilty person would feel guilty enough to come forward and admit their wrongdoing. And so the first person to admit wrongdoing was naturally and logically the guilty one. Which I thought was absolutely
who would admit
foolish.
wrongdoing if they didn't do it?
Exactly. No, but not admit, but if you told her about something happened, she would take that as admitting that you did it.
Oh, and that was you. Only a guilty person would go tattle on themselves.
Yes. And that was sort of in elementary school. That was my beginning of, some people actually think different. That's going to be important in life. Some people think different. Although she was a nice teacher, I will say. I'm not trying to denigrate her, but I did find that, I as a 10-year-old found that way of life very childish. It's sort of a misunderstanding of the.
It would have confused me too if I went and reported something to her and then she thought I was the one that did it.
Yeah, it's sort of a misunderstanding of the cause and effect, very toddlerish. That if you said it, you must have done it because I don't know any other way of it having happened. It's if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have known it happened. And so now that you say it, it has happened, and the only causality for that is that you told me it happened. It's very, like a toddler. If you say that, Santa disappeared, or like he would think that you were the one who did it. Or when you say that, grandma can't make it today, even if it's for a doctor's appointment and that's the reason she can't make it to the place, a young toddler will assume that it's because of something you did. The messenger is the one who made it happen. Probably some older instinct that if something happened, it was because you would see that person doing it. And that's sort of the instinct, but that's an instinct you usually defeat at age 2. But that teacher had it at like age 50. She was still the one. The messenger is guilty always. It's like, what? What are you talking about? I mean, yeah, exactly, Satoshi. Exactly.
Like we cut that on the
dealt it. Exactly.
I should have used that one. That was my worst kids. It wasn't the bad kids that were acting up. It was the tattle. I hated them. Teacher, she's using a pencil and you said to use a pen. Worry about you. Stop worrying about everybody else. Just worry about your own work. My God. Oh my God. I hate people that like monitor everybody around them and worry about what they're doing. Those are the same people that police me today. That's where it starts. It's those people.
It is very true, though.
I never did if I never did anything growing up that I wouldn't admit to. I never tried to pretend I didn't. If I did something that was going to get me in trouble, I just copped to it. I didn't try to pretend it was somebody else or it wasn't me. Like, yep, I did it. It was me. Do whatever you have to do.
So you don't have a single Machiavellian deceitful bone in your body?
Not when it comes to that, mainly because I'm just so bad at it. Like I never thought I could pull it off convincingly. I never even bothered. Like I'm a terrible liar. Don't even try it. It's just gonna make it worse. Just yep, I did it.
Jeff, never lie.
It was mainly like
misdirect.
lack of confidence in my own ability.
Yeah.
To deceive.
And that's understandable, but never lie, always misdirect. That's the trick. That's the trick.
I didn't even think of that. Plus, I was naive. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think on that level. I think my siblings were way more Machiavellian than I was, which is probably why I was a black sheep.
I mean, that's, I think, something that could actually be a difference between autism, like neurodivergent and neurotypicals. Like you see that babies begin to use their crying to deceive their mothers and fathers for attention.
Plus, we come from a culture where we let the baby cry.
Yeah.
So crying didn't even work.
No, but if it works, the baby will learn it.
Whatever manipulation I might have tried to do as a kid, as a child, I learned very quickly that none of it works.
Yeah.
So I guess I was forced to just come up with other tactics or just be honest. Just don't even try.
That could be a good thing, though. I mean, society would probably be better if we had less deceivers. Though I do think
my sister was very manipulative.
Ooh, well,
she was.
The women usually are.
In fact, she did the thing where she put the pillows under the covers to make it look like it was somebody in the bed, and then she snuck out with her friends one night, and they all went riding around the town and stuff, and she got caught. So she would do stuff like that. I would never dream of trying to pull something like that off. I would just go out the front door and do whatever I wanted.
Yeah, I never needed to do that. Just ask my parents, "Hey, can I go out tonight?" And they would say yes. And then when I became of the age where I would conceive of doing anything like that, sneaking out to be with my friends, they had already given me enough independence where sneaking out wouldn't be necessary. I just told them I was leaving, and they would say, "Okay, do you have your reflex so you are visible in the night? Are you gonna take the train home? Whatever." And that's it. As long as I'm, yeah. Okay.
It would have been weird for them
to
expect me to tell them where I go.
Yeah.
In fact, one night I was like in my 20s, and I snuck out of my bedroom window just to see what it felt like. Because my friends would talk about like how they sneak out of their house. I'm like, that's so weird. You have to crawl out your window to do stuff. I wonder what that feels like. And I crawled out my window one night, and then I walked around the house and went in the front door. And I'm like, that's what sneaking out of your house is like. That was weird. I can't believe people have to do that.
I could never do that. I mean, I never needed to, but I don't think I could either, because all my rooms in my childhood was on the second floor, and to sneak out, I would have to deploy the fire ladder, and that's very noisy and difficult to put back after you've deployed it. And so I don't think that would have been successful. 13-year-old me trying, and then you just hear this big rattle as the ladder deploys. And like, my father would have heard it instantly. He's a very light sleeper. He has the best hearing of any person I know. Like, he'll sit across the room, everybody's talking, and he'll be able to zero in on your exact conversation. And like, he has it, I think that's from his side of the family, because his mother, she had eyes in the neck, man. She would see everything. That was sort of the thing when I was at my grandmother's place. There was nothing I could do that would remain hidden from her. She would see everything, no matter what. And if she didn't see something, she was so smart enough to be able to talk with you and converse and sort of trick you into revealing what she hadn't seen, even if you didn't mean it. Like, she could just pull you along this verbal path that she had set up so that you would reveal every little secret she didn't see, and she would probe you. And I mean, I loved her. I love her. May she rest in peace. She was a wonderful grandma. But she knew everything. She knew every person in town. She knew everything that happened. She knew about everything, and she could see everything. Yeah, and I still remember how, like, it's kind of crazy, these small things, but one of my best memories of my grandma was her anger at the cats pissing in her garden. Like, that is a visceral memory from my childhood. Because
where are the cats supposed to piss?
Not on her flower bed. They are supposed to kiss and shit in her flower bed, which
it doesn't hurt plants.
Apparently it did, because her plants died from it. I think,
my god!
I mean, she used like special fertilizer and took care of her plants. I think. Oh no! He got shot. The deer fell. The hunter fell off. No, but no, it's. I wish to have as good eyes and ears as she did. Maybe when I have children, I'll grow eyes in the back of my neck. My father certainly grew his own when he became a father. He is, although I wouldn't say he's not as vigilant as she was, but he has, as I said, insanely good hearing, and which does frustrate me a lot. And like, unironically, I would say 30% of the conflict in my family was just my father telling me to speak more silently, because I speak generally loudly. I speak loudly. I am quite a loud person, and he has very sensitive ears. He hears a lot. And so he finds it uncomfortable if you speak too loudly. It feels like it's in a crowded room. Whilst
I could not have done it.
No,
I would have been getting noise canceling headphones and earplugs for Christmas every year. I could not.
Do you think I stopped talking loudly? Never. I just kept talking. Although I did understand him. It's not as if I do understand it. If your hearing is very good, then I do understand. Yeah, his ears are quite sensitive, and me talking loudly would be annoying when he's just relaxing in the living room. But it is funny, and I would say that is a sort of proof of how good my childhood was, in that like 20% of all conflicts were just my father telling me to, don't speak that loud, be a bit more silent, which I've heard so much of, like, dysfunctional families, which are way worse. Yeah.
You heard what?
You
heard what?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from so many dysfunctional families, like, how bad it could be. Like, it puts it into place how, like, just saying, oh, you're a bit loud, like, that is a big conflict in my family. Just says how little conflict there actually was and is.
Yeah, that's very first world conflict.
It is. But, I mean,
is this Vinny? Are you Vinny? Where you been? I don't know if my dad had super hearing or not, but he had this uncanny knack for being in the right place at the right time. Every time.
Mm.
Every time we were up to he was somehow there. He knew what we were doing. He was
He had a
like
spider
in the
sense.
doorway. He was around the corner. He was just always there when he needed to be somehow to mess up our fun. Thank God we didn't live with him though.
Ah.
Yeah, he was the only way to watch. Like we could be carefree and play all we wanted around all the other adults. They didn't care. My dad was the one we had to like watch out for. Keep an eye. Where's Dad? If we do this, where's Dad?
I think that's a thing that a lot of parents struggle with and a lot fail at is, it's good to be somewhat strict, but don't be too strict. It's good to care about what your kids are doing and somewhat monitor them, but not too much. Don't do it too much. That it shouldn't be something. It should be something that, oh no, I don't want them to see this, but it shouldn't be like, oh please, I hope they don't see it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing something that you probably shouldn't, it's good that your parents would have cared about it and you're somewhat vigilant. But you shouldn't be like terrified. Oh no, I'm gonna get so punished from this. Like there is a level.
Oh, I was never scared of punishment. In fact, I didn't ever even know what he would actually do if he caught us doing something. But he was always around.
I mean, you don't.
All he had to do was give a look, or just say 1 or 2 words, and that's it.
That is quite powerful,
we were
though.
Done.
I hope I can have that as a parent, for like generally amiable, friendly, but like if they're really messing up, just a single look would shut them up. Like that is preferable to other ways.
Mainly because we didn't know. We didn't like. What does that look mean? Is it like? Let's just not take the chance. It's a look. That's all we knew was a look, and we didn't want to find out what it meant. So it always dissuaded us.
So it did kind of work, though.
But they were never like. We never pushed it to consequences.
Yeah. But I would say that is a success, though.
It was a mysterious, ambiguous look that worked.
Unfortunately, I'll have to work. I don't think I look scary enough or firm enough.
No, I wouldn't be intimidated by you as a kid.
No. Maybe when I grow a big, bushy Viking beard and I get maybe
you had started some facial hair at one point. What happened?
I do have a bit.
You're back to
because I'm shaving. I don't want to. The thing is, because I can't get good enough growth here, so I can't connect the side to the middle. I don't want.
Oh, it's just like around your chin.
Yeah, I don't want to have a chin strap and then a hole and then the rest of my beard. And so then it's better to just shave it a bit.
Yeah, don't do that. That look ignorant.
Yeah, I mean, I could do the Abraham Lincoln. Just maybe, but no. It is improving though. Hopefully, in a year's time, it's more even, and I'll be able to grow a beard. Hopefully, I mean, it has to happen. It has to. I mean, my mother's.
Yeah, that's when you became a man back in the day when you got your beard.
I would say I was already a man.
You were not smooth-faced. Smooth-faced gentlemen. Those were the prissy, effeminate people.
I wouldn't go. Actually, though, just looking at the thumbnail from like my first appearance on this channel, I do look so young. Holy shit! Like search.
I had you on a thumbnail. I didn't even know I made thumbnails.
Yeah, search up Dolbes Gen X Jeff.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find it. How do I do this?
It's not the panel, but before that, the planned episode we did.
Right, a Scandic look at politics and culture.
Yeah, I look so young, so foolish. It's
foolish here.
Let's glad
give the
I've
audience
changed.
A little taste. This is Dope Bez's first appearance. He was my very first guest, and this is his very first appearance.
Maryland. Look at that.
Yeah, I have never heard about baseball, but that's a shirt.
Maryland.
Well, for some context,
look at that! Look at that!
You look like oh my god!
Only 2 parties, but we do
look
have
at that.
to
I was
Dominant
17 then.
parties,
I
they're the
think.
moderates. So you have the center
blow
right
it
and the
up,
center
you-
left. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct for the camera, I think. And
And look at the watch. I had like a big buff sports watch. Same headset though. But I would say my voice is better.
My, how you've
Microphone
changed,
is
how
better.
you've grown.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, actually. It is quite strange. But that's the thing.
The world got to watch you grow up.
I mean, I was already decently grown up. I was 17 at that time. But like, you should have seen me when I was even younger. But I mean, that I suppose that's the thing with everyone. Obviously, you look young when you were a kid. I don't think that's a revelation, but no, it's strange looking back on that, on how I looked at that time, because I just
what are you, 19?
now I'm 20. I'm turning 21 this year. And wait, can you check the date on that video?
I don't know if it'll give me the date. It might.
Will. If you click the description, it gives more
It might.
details.
Sometimes it just tells you the 2 years ago. Oh yeah, it does. All
Click
right,
on the
April
description.
23rd. I mean April 22nd, 2023. So it'll be 3 years this April.
Yeah, that would be the year I turned 18. But it was a few months before 18. So yeah, I was 17. Damn. I would look young at 18. I feel the thing is, I didn't really feel like an adult until I moved out. So that was 19 when I turned 19. I changed a lot between 18 and 19, I think. It's a big change, I would say. Hopefully for the better. Although I still struggle with.
Are you a junior now? Are you in your third year of college? Second year?
Second year, yes. I'm in the
You'll
second
go 4
semester of
years?
the second year. Yeah, and so I have one more year after this, because a bachelor is 3 years. Although I don't know if I'll follow through with it. I won't. I'll decide when summer comes.
So you're not sure if you want to go into psychology?
Yeah, I mean, I picked it because I'm interested in the topics, but it's sort of, I'm a bit tired of them now. It's a bit much, and like,
What would you do? History?
I don't know. I don't know if I'll continue studying even. Maybe I'll just get a job. Who knows?
Oh.
But
You could
but yeah,
start a history podcast. You'd be good at
maybe.
that.
Although I don't know if I could hold myself to the rigorous standards of, well, my own rigorous standards, what I would have wanted from a history podcast. But maybe. I mean, I do get that outlet here on this channel from time to time, talking about history. And like, this is not meant as an insult to you, but on this panel, I don't feel the need to be as rigorous as I would have on my own.
Well, you
podcast.
should, because I'm rigorous.
Well, look, what I mean is, if I wanted to make an episode on a top period of history, I would have wanted to read like 4 or 5 books on that period.
Oh yeah, that's what's his face? Rudyard.
Rudyard Lynch, yeah, he does that. I mean, he is an insane reader. He is sort of what I wish I could be. I mean, I probably could be him. I just struggle with.
I mean, you're very close. You're in that quadrant.
Okay, the thing is, when I compare myself with him, the difference is I could be him if I put in as many hours reading. I struggle with putting in effort. He does it easily. Like, he'll read 3 books a week.
Because he enjoys reading.
Yeah. I mean, I technically enjoy reading as well. I just struggle with actually doing it and putting down the time to do it. It's, yeah, I don't know what it is. But
I mean, reading for him is probably like video games. Like, people run home from school and can't wait to play their video games.
It definitely is. And then he's not just that. He's also, like, he did walk the Appalachian Trail. He does. I don't know why, but from time to time he just is in Mexico City, and I know he has like friends with a few entrepreneurs, and he did some stuff in LA with some founders. So like, he he applies the things he learns from history, whilst at the same time reading dozens of books a year. And I mean, he is older than me. He is 4 years my elder. So I do still have time, but I know he began like his voracious reading at like age 17, age 16, even before that, really. But still, no. I did buy a Kindle actually to try to help my reading because I
forgot all about those.
Yeah, but the thing is, I when I actually read digitally, it goes much faster, and but I feel like I learn the same, and it's more convenient, so I read more often. And with a Kindle, there's no other distraction, so hopefully that will make me read even more often. And so I'm trying to like find a way to make myself read more, because just
if you enjoy it, what's keeping you from reading?
Because I enjoy other stuff as well, and other things have more dopamine in them. Like okay, this is who was it? Was it Meld? Mill, who talked about the two types of pleasures. It was the pleasures of the soul and the pleasures of the flesh. So like just reading and eating food and whatever, that's one type of pleasure, and the other is sort of intellectual, higher level. It's like, whilst I know that I would enjoy long-term reading a book way more, it would gain me more. I enjoy it, it's good, but my body just feels more pleasure. I get more dopamine from just watching YouTube than I do from reading. And that's a big struggle because I don't have that much force of will to just force myself to swap.
But if I never force myself to read, the reading carries me. If it's not like, if I'm not immersed in it and it's carrying me along with it, it's not something I want to read. I don't read,
but I want to read it
as a chore.
I want to read it, and pleasure. Once I actually get to reading, I do enjoy reading. It's just that I struggle with beginning because I enjoy other things more, and those things are less worthy and worth, in my opinion, and it's a big struggle of my life. But I'm satisfied with having that struggle. Every man needs his dragon to slay, and for me, that would be redirecting my energy into other fields and arenas. And so, my dad.
Nobody reads anymore. We're losing all of our brightest people. None of you are reading.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point, I am going to do it. It's my.
Well, I mean, it's kind of something you do. It's a lifestyle more than just an activity you do periodically.
Yeah, of course.
So it's like a whole orientation.
Mm-hmm. But no, as I said, I'm satisfied with this being my big struggle in life. It's better than other people who have more dangerous struggles, other things they have to fight and fix about themselves.
Yeah, we're very fortunate.
Hopefully, who knows what will happen in the next few years, but at least for now I am. I mean, and so I that is the thing with time, though. You can't really think about what struggles you will have in the future unless there's a clear, okay, if I do this now, I'll likely face this in the future. Then obviously prepare for that. But if there's no sort of reasonable causality or potential of you facing a particular struggle, then focus on the ones you have now. Focus on the life now. I'm not a purist, like a live in the moment purist, because it's not good to always live in the moment. But as a general rule, just live in the moment and then be generally prepared for the future instead of specifically prepared. And only when there is a specific thing that's likely to happen that you know of, then you'll prepare for that. So like if you have a girlfriend, I do think it's important that you sit down and think what you will do in the event of a breakup. That is an important part.
You can't plan for that. You cannot. You have no, just like grief.
I'm not saying you can plan.
have
You
no
can.
idea.
You can't plan for it completely, but it would certainly you would certainly deal with it better if you had already thought out what will I do about this, and even if that plan fails,
You're talking about like on a
then-
practical level of separating
just
your
thinking about it.
finances and living
Like-
arrangements and stuff.
I've done this with like when I saw my grandpa was sick and I knew his end was near, I would just think about his death and grieve beforehand, and then I was
Because you
more
had a
prepared.
reason to.
Yeah, but in a relationship, I've seen what happens with people when it ends abruptly and you have no plan or
But
idea. Of how
it
to
doesn't
recover.
end abruptly. There's something building up to that. Because it would be weird to be in a relationship and have to be thinking of preparing for a breakup. Like that's just
Oh,
not
I'm not-
something
I'm
I would do
No,
in a
I'm not
healthy
saying
relationship.
constantly, but I'm saying enough. You begin a relationship, you're together for a few months, maybe set down a week, think about it, and then forget it. No more. Then you just live life, but have some thought into the eventualities, and then at the same time think about, oh, if we actually stay together, how what about becoming a parent? Think about that. Not much. I'm not saying dedicate all your waking time. Just in a 5-year relationship, I do think it's okay that you spend a week or two thinking about what you would do and handle the grief if the relationship ended. And when
You can't plan. That's what I'm saying. You can't plan for that. It's so
no, but you can't alleviate
unpredictable when it happens. And it would be really weird to me in a relationship to have like that. That's the whole point of a relationship is you're with somebody where you don't have to think about that because you're secure with them. Y'all are attuned. You have the interpersonal synchrony, all of that.
Maybe I'm just different, but I'd like to have some idea of what to do in a lot of scenarios. It's just who I am. I
understand that.
understand.
And that's not. I'm just saying it in psychological scenarios like loss. It's not something you can, because to plan you have to be able to predict, and there's no way to predict your psychological state until it happens.
No,
you have
but
no
you
idea how
can't-
it's going to hit you.
But you can probably still alleviate it somewhat. If I'm
No,
not
I've
saying you
never
can
had-
remove the grief, but reduce it by 10%, maybe. And like if the
What's
cost of
10% in a breakup? Oh, I feel 10% less miserable and awful than I would have if I hadn't thought about it before.
That don't underestimate 10%, and that 10% will allow you to recover faster and faster and faster. And I'm not again. I'm
So
not
you
saying,
say. I don't know that.
yeah, but
it will-
like there are a lot of studies on like if you prepare people for trauma.
But you can
they will
okay.
experience
We're getting into our territory because the studies tell me nothing about an individual, how one individual is going to react to grief, and that's all I care about. How I'm going to react, how a friend's going to react, how a partner's going to react, and it's different for each person. Even my
It is
closest
different.
friends, I couldn't predict how they're going to react.
No, I don't disagree. It is individual.
It's one of those
difference.
like loss of a child, a breakup, loss of a spouse, a really bad car accident. Like there's certain things that you just can't. You can run through scenarios in your mind, but they're never gonna reflect the real world situation once it happens.
No, I get that. I just
Even
look
with
at it-
Mike, I had a few weeks to start preparing for the possibility of his a lot. We knew it was a distant possibility. We didn't expect it to happen as quickly as it did. But in the back of my mind, I had to prepare for that eventuality. And even doing that, nothing could have prepared me for when it actually happened. There was nothing I could have thought about that would have alleviated even like a particle of the grief and the pain. My imagination just didn't have anything to work off of.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And
So I guess it's good to like scope out possibilities, but just be aware of.
And I'm not saying that it would remove the limitation, but a few days in a multi-year relationship isn't that much for you to just think about it. and
It would be
then forget
weird. It would throw the whole dynamic off. If I'm
Maybe it would.
with somebody and I'm having to spend a day thinking about our breakup, I'm already going to
That's
be
actually
questioning the
true.
whole relationship. That I even feel like I have to sit down and think about this. That's
That
like
is
almost a
actually a
sign right there.
good point. Although, again,
I'm
though,
not a doomer.
I'm trying to do a cost benefit of that. Like, sure, it will throw off the dynamic for that week, but I don't know. It's not worth it for us to discuss. We both generally agree that you can't actually predict the amount of suffering that any event will impart on you, and you can't plan out the recovery perfectly. And we probably both agree that if you thought about it, it probably would have helped a little bit, but you don't know how much, if any. And some people, it probably won't help at all. And if it throws off the dynamic, maybe that's the sort of self-fulfilling prophecy that you thinking about it sparks the decline of the relationship that leads to the breakup. That
I mean,
could also
that's
be
a
the
pretty
case.
fragile relationship. If that's all it took to throw the relationship off, if that's happening,
Well,
there's
of
other
course.
things going on in the relationship.
Of
And
course.
I did it up here, moving to Seattle. I uprooted my whole life, and I invested everything in making the move for this relationship, knowing there was a small possibility it wouldn't work out. I didn't take that possibility seriously because I was so convinced that we were a match. But I had to play through that, and I maybe did it for 2 seconds because it didn't. My mind works on the more concrete, the more realistic, the more probable. I don't have one of these abstract minds that have a lot of energy to put on things that are not likely to intersect my actual life. And that's what it felt like. Like, yeah, it's possible you two may break up, but I don't really foresee it. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time thinking about it. But
Yeah,
I did do that a little bit to make the move. I had to like go through, what if you make this move and it doesn't work out?
Can I ask what made you move up? Like, you two, why Seattle?
The number one thing was the neurodivergence. He was a very, very rare neurotype, and we matched each other almost perfectly and complemented each other almost perfectly. Like, our theory of mind was so overlapping in a way that I find with almost nobody, including Mike. Mike was pretty neurotypical. And so it was that what we talked about today, that interpersonal synchrony, that mind meld between two very similar rare neurotypes. And I said, this is too good of a chance to pass up. I'm never going to find another person this close to my type ever. Like, it was I felt like I had won the lottery.
Did he come
So
from
it was
Seattle?
that more than anything else that I trusted our neurodivergent bond. Like, because we were so similar and so different from everybody else, that would make us natural allies, and then we would form some kind of pair bond to form a life together around our differences.
Why Seattle specifically? Like, did he have family there?
That's where he lived.
Okay.
Yeah, he lived up there.
That's strange thing about
Microsoft
America.
And I think I still don't think I was wrong. I think I was accurate. I just don't think he perceived the same similarities that I did. Like, if both people are not seeing it and only one person sees the identity, then you don't have the benefit of that solidarity. But I assume, because I was seeing it, that he was also seeing the same thing that I was seeing in between us and the potential for it. Because how could he not? Like, how could he not be as amazed at finding someone like himself as I was? I just took it for granted that we were both having the same experience. But that is the one thing, when I ran through everything, that tilted it toward making the move, is the scarcity of that type.
And it's still America. You can take the risk. It's not as if, I mean, I suppose if it had been Peru, you would have probably have thought about it a bit longer. But it's still.
A friend of mine said it best. They said, Jeff, I know you, and you're going to have to make the move to know if you should have made the move or not.
That's a wise.
Because there's no way I could sit there the rest of my life and imagine what would have happened if I made the move? If I didn't actually make the move, that would have haunted me my whole life. Like, what would your life have been like if you had moved to Seattle? And I had to go and find out so I could like scratch that off my list and not have that hanging over me. I had to run the experiment.
That's a very wise friend of yours. I think that is, sometimes you just got to take the risk. Sometimes just jump into it. Accept the call to adventure. You know.
Yeah, that's what it was.
just do
That's what
it.
it very much what it felt like. I just didn't know the dragon
Yeah.
was the person I didn't know I was moving into the dragon's den. I
You
thought we were
think-
gonna have adventures together and fight
You
dragons
think you
together.
think you're gonna be a Targaryen flying on top of a dragon and relaxing as a dragon lord, and instead you just find Tiamat.
Pretty much, yeah. But you, my friend, have all of that ahead of you.
Mhm.
I can't wait to you get to experience some of this.
I mean, I did take the leap of faith moving to Trondheim. That is a big distance. I mean, not as big as, what is it for you, Louisiana to Seattle? Seattle, that's Washington State, right?
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
all the way across like 2,000 miles or something.
Yeah. Like my area to Trondheim, that is probably akin to from Florida to New York, perhaps.
That's pretty far.
Maybe it's less. The thing is that, but it's like it's from the biggest city area to like a periphery. So like I used to live, let's say New York State, but not New York City. So like the big city, the biggest, and then I moved to across the country to one of the other hubs. So Norway basically has three big hubs. There's the Oslo area, there's the Bergen area, and the Trondheim area. So like if we approximate, Oslo would probably be New York, Bergen would be California, and then the third big hub would probably be Texas. Although it feels wrong comparing like cold, frigid Trondheim to Texas, but like if you understand what I mean, like if you have three poles of America, the three sort of centers, then obviously the sort of California, San Francisco would be number two, the New York would be number one, and then the number three, wherever in America that would be the sort of equivalent to the move I made. I mean, the distance doesn't really matter in pure kilometers because I still got to take an airplane to get home or take a long ass train trip. And so to me, sort of the qualitative distance.
How long is the flight?
The flight isn't long, 1 hour perhaps.
Oh,
but the train
okay.
is like
No.
7 hours but that's because you can fly right across the mountains. You don't have to go around. Like at driving, it would probably take 20 hours because you have to drive through the mountains, down the fjords, or up the Atlantic Wall. But like the airplane can just go straight across.
Yeah.
The train takes 7 hours, and so it's sort of still a whole day of travel to get home.
Does it go through the mountains?
Yeah, it goes through mountains and valleys and tunnels and above bridges and crossing the whole country. It's very beautiful, actually. You know, just coming, you travel home and you see the massive towering mountains on one side. You see like lakes up in the north, 1,000 meters, like 1,000 feet above the ground. It's really beautiful, but it's also 7 hours on a packed train with every single seat being full. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't like taking the train when it's so full. It's just too many people. And the airplane.
I don't know if I've ever taken a train.
You haven't? What?
I don't think I have. We had train. My dad had railroad tracks behind the house, so we were always playing on the tracks and watching the trains and playing around the trains. And so I was in contact with trains. I don't think I've just ever been on one.
That is a strange thing to never been on a train. Well, I suppose
Like here, I guess it would be
America.
Amtrak. We always took we took the Greyhound bus when we need to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The train was like, I guess, the next level up, and
Yeah.
the bus was good enough for us.
I mean, we can in Norway. You can take the bus throughout the country as well, but I think it's. I mean, Europe has a special obsession with trains. We're small enough and dense enough where trains are the natural mode of transportation to move a lot of people. Like it's dense enough where airplanes aren't cost efficient, and it's also dense enough where the highways would be so congested if everyone. Not Norway though. Actually, Norway is a very sparse country. It's like we could have done with every, and I mean we have every mode of transport. But no, you should take a train sometime.
I've taken the light rail plenty of times. Does that count as a train? Public
I
transportation.
suppose tracked public transportation, but like it's a difference. Just transit within a city or like a metropolitan region is one thing, but transiting between like states of the country, that's another thing. You know, taking a train through the mountains and up the fjords and whatever, that's a different experience.
Yeah, never done that.
Norway,
Maybe I can take a train trip instead of a road trip and stream it.
You could. Holy shit! It's something I just looking at the map of America it's so large, like that. It's kind of insane.
We have a lot of space here.
It is. I mean, if I compare, Washington State is about the size of the entirety of southern Norway. It's like everything south of Trondheim is about the size of Washington. But if the southern tip of Norway is in Seattle, wait, I can stream this to you, so you don't hear me yap. Let me share screen. I really like this. I really like this website, the true size of. I'm gonna switch. Are you seeing the other?
Oh, wow!
Yeah,
cool.
So you can see Norway. If we put the southern tip at Seattle, northern Norway is like way up in Canada. And
is that where you are?
Island, I am here. It's like halfway up Norway. I'm the middle of Norway.
Oh, okay.
It's like Norway stretches a good part of the east coast, but no, it's from like from if we take New Orleans as Oslo, like this, then I would be Mississippi. So like it isn't that far, but that's just America.
Oh yeah, you'd be at Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's just America being big.
From New Orleans that attended Ole Miss.
Yeah. Whilst they lived,
it's close enough to. We don't have the mountains, but it's close enough to drive.
Yeah, no, you can't just drive across. You have to drive like up the Atlantic. It's and it's crazy to think about how north we are. It's like you don't really think about how far north, but like I'm living here, Trondheim. That would be Greenland. Yeah, that's the latitude of Greenland.
We could be neighbors.
Greenland is rightful Norwegian clay, by the way. I'm just saying the Danes stole it from us.
But yeah, but y'all, we talked about this. You said y'all didn't fight to get it back. Y'all just let them have it.
Yeah, we did. And I don't think it's worth fighting. But no, this website, I really love it. The true size of just typing any country, and you can just look at its size. Like France, how big is France actually? And like, it isn't that big. I mean, it's the size of Texas.
Oh, basically. It's almost as big as Texas. Wow.
Yeah, I mean that is big. It's just that America is a continent-sized nation, and so. And all the entire Americas are massive, and Europe is tiny, but Europe is very dense. So like, Europe is a tiny continent. I think it's the second smallest continent aside from Oceania. Oceania has like 9 million square meters. Europe has like 15 or 16, and then North America has way more, like 40 or whatever. But no, it's kind of crazy that this little France did so much.
controlled the entire Louisiana territory and Quebec. And Quebec.
Yeah, well, but the British controlled
Also a
a
massive
sizable amount,
amount.
and the Spanish.
I mean, the Brits controlled a fourth of the entire globe. Although, one thing to mention, we Norwegians are quite bigger, quite a lot larger than most people talk about Antarctica. Because we control a big part of Antarctica. And for some reason, they don't use that. We control all of that stuff. We control more of Antarctica than the UK. Look at all this stuff. That should be included in the size of Norway. Like, that is probably, what is it? 3 million square kilometers?
Do they include the other? Where's America? Are we even in there?
No, you have nothing.
Nothing. And I'm surprised. Trump should go get a piece of Antarctica.
Well, as
how
we
is
see,
he letting all those other countries have this continent and not the U.S.?
You see that gray thing on the left? That's unclaimed land, because at the time of the Treaty of Antarctica, nobody had claimed that land yet. So it's technically open for America to claim it. Yeah, you should claim that.
Why isn't anyone claiming it? The U.S. should go get that.
The reason nobody's claiming it is because they made a sort of treaty that nobody can own Antarctica, which I think is bullshit, by the way.
And what are those countries doing on it?
Because we claimed it before. We made it illegal to claim it. You need to be smart, chap. You need to
this is
first
the US,
take it,
though. You don't
then
need to
make
be
a
smart.
rules.
If we want that little piece of gray square, we can get it.
You should have it. And also, I think it's hilarious that slice that France has. Like, what the fuck? Why do they cut Australia in two? They just needed a slice.
Sure
And they cut Australia in two. Although, it is my patriotic duty to say that the scientifically most important part of Antarctica is the Norwegian slice. It's where the most important bases are on Queen Maud's land.
Had their convention?
Maybe. I don't know, but maybe. But yeah, and of course, New Zealand technically has more land because that hole is obviously covered in ice. But it's covered in an ice shelf. Still though, Antarctica, it is an untapped potential. There is nothing there to disturb. Why don't we exploit it? There's nothing there to disturb. Okay, there's the penguins. Yeah, but like the penguins need to stay by the shore. They need the fish. They are not 1 million kilometer inland. So why not open a few mines?
Because it's cold.
Yeah, but we have the tech now where we can probably make it cost effective. And at some point,
like instead of going to the moon, just go to Antarctica.
I am of the belief that the industrialization of Greenland and Antarctica should have been the sort of big project of the Cold War as a sort of test bench for the colonization of the moon.
People decided otherwise. It wasn't a priority.
They did because, I'm not dismissing the environmentalists completely. I mean, I do understand the appeal of having a completely undisturbed continent. I do understand that. It is, it's like untouched by human activity almost. I do understand that. But at the same time,
nothing there to
when
touch.
Norway controls this amount, we could have been so rich if we mined for oil. Like, there are studies which show that there would probably be billions and trillions of metric tons of oil underneath the ice. It's like, that I wouldn't.
Now I'm even more surprised Trump is not down there.
Yeah, although the thing about
we have this whole oil reserve that all the countries are just agreeing to not. Let's just not go after that oil.
It's the same about Greenland. Denmark is agreeing to a lot of Arctic treaties, even though Greenland has so many resources below it. And that's like regions that have been ripped up by the fjords in the northern hemisphere are usually very resource rich. This is why a country like Sweden is so incredibly resource rich. Same with Canada, and it's likely the same for Greenland as well. But all of the North has just decided that we don't want to exploit it. And like Russia is a big example of one of the countries that fully exploits its resources. And like they wish they had 300 million more people
to just mine Siberia, because Siberia alone has probably more resource than all of Africa and like South America combined. But it's cold, it's barren, and so it's hard to mine and access. But like the north, ripped up by glaciers and fjords and all the volcanoes, like especially Siberia, like there were tens of thousands of volcanoes and lava fields in Siberia like 100 million years ago. That made so many resource deposits. So like the future of industry, if Russia still, survives as a competent state, will probably be a mass resource extraction from Siberia to fuel the entire global economy, because there's empty land there. And when you get rid of the environmentalist ethic, then there's no humans to disturb it, and that's usually the big sticking point. So like even a state which doesn't care for the environment, like China, still has some restrictions to industry because there's actually humans there. They can't just mine out the Yuan mountains here because there's millions, hundreds of millions of Chinese there. But if there wasn't, they could have just strip mined the entirety of the Yunnan province, But Russia has that opportunity, and Australia does that. Same with America. Australia and America benefit greatly from being so big and so vast and so sparsely populated, because there's nothing stopping Australia from just having a huge mining complex in the middle of nowhere. And it's something that Europe really struggles with, in that, we can't do that. However, Europe is also lucky in that we have been living here and mining here for tens of thousands of years. So we know where the resources are, and cities and human settlements has placed itself in other places. So like the big mines in, where is it? Falun. Where is Falun? Where is Falun? Help me look. Where is Falun? Anyways, I can search up the name. Falun copper mine. Like this mine is, I went to visit the Falun copper mine, and like this single mine produced, I think, over 50% of all the copper for all of Europe in the 15th and 16th century. One single mine, one single place produced almost all the copper of an entire continent. This was the copper used in the swords, in the knives, in the cannons of every single European state. And the Swedes got incredibly wealthy of it, which is why they could have their empire with such a low population. So like, population is important, but resources are more important. And especially now, with technology making human labor so much more efficient, we don't need 100 people to farm 10 acres. One person can handle 100 acres alone with the right machines. And the same goes for every other industry, like mining. If Sweden were to open its mine, like, okay, in 1970, Sweden had over 30 mines active. Now it has less than 10, and it still has dozens of deposits ready to be exploited. But because of EU climate policy, it's technically not allowed to open them again. But if it did, it could easily become one of the top exporters of the entire world. Like, it already is a top exporter of iron and copper. It could be it even more. And so, like, America is probably, it's a lucky nation, because even though the presidents talk about climate policies, they haven't really cared about it. Like, Obama and Biden both talked about, climate change, we need to be careful. But at the same time, they opened up for fracking of oil. So, which is the reason that America has so much oil now, because they open up for fracking. And nobody in Europe has allowed for that. But if we did,
we don't care about that here. Like, Washington State might care about it, in California a little bit,
but the people in power didn't, and that allows immense wealth for Europe. But like, if the Groningen, this is I don't know exactly what it is, but it's the Groningen oil field of the Netherlands is very thriving, but now it's beginning to run dry, and the Dutch, they are just planning on shutting it down, when what they should do is do as the Americans. When an oil field is running dry, begin the fracking. It's that easy.
Why do you think they're not thinking of that? And is it because they haven't found you and your channel yet? Like, if you
No, they
came
are
up with
thinking about it.
that idea,
No, they are
do you
talking
think
about
they
it, but
did?
they sacrifice growth for climate policy. That is legitimate. That has been it was a massive political debate in 2022 in the EU if they should legalize fracking. It's basically a debate between the pro growth and the pro climate people. Like, what do you value most, the economy or the climate? And the climate people won. The climate people won, and so they're not. Fracking is illegal in a lot of European countries, which I believe includes the Netherlands, which is why they haven't thought about
So
beginning
then that's
fracking
the
and drilling
people
it.
deciding that they don't want to.
Yes,
do-
sir, but it's a wrong
Yeah, so
decision.
that's the legitimate reality now.
Poland, I think, is ignoring that. They at least found a massive new oil field. I don't know if it was oil, but at least a massive new resource deposit. So, like, Poland is the country to look at in Europe. They're the best growing, and I don't mean the most, but the best. And it's an important difference because the country that grows most is usually the poor countries that are boosted upwards a bit. But like Poland is consistently growing so much and so fast and becoming rich so fast, and that's because they rejected a lot of the climate policies of the EU, also rejected mass migration, so they don't have any costs from that. And they, in the past 2-3 decades, they've been exporting population abroad to gain skills and remittances in foreign countries, and now those skills are coming back to industrialize even more. And just as they begin doing that, they discover massive new resource deposits. So I believe
you should do a YouTube channel where you just pull up this map and talk about a different. You could do 3 hours off of this one map every day, just off the top of your head.
True. Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
I mean, it's a great like focal point for content.
It is. It is.
You're very natural at it.
Thank you. Thank you. Although I see that there's no comments, so the community didn't like that. There hasn't been a new comment in like an hour.
Yeah, most people don't come to this channel for
No, they don't.
like map history.
But I come for it for this. This is my.
That's more of a me thing than anything else, because I'm able to have these conversations, and so people that like this cut find me. But most of my audience is not here for that, and so it's more like me indulging a side of me because I can. But I think when there's people, when there's like an actual panel, we're gonna have to, what is it, back burner this until it's just me and you. We'll have to have like some topics for me and you, and then some when there's a panel that are more conversation oriented.
I mean, that is what is happening naturally, though, because
what's happening naturally is you're showing up and dominating the topic, and everybody else just drops off.
To be fair, though, I was
the same thing happens with Mike Cerrone and a few other people. You have a very dominant presence.
Mm-hmm.
You have a dominant intellectual presence.
I was the first today, so I have dibs. I have dibs. And I mean, at least in the first hour, our conversation was regarding, at least in
but at some point they all wandered off.
Yeah.
So at some point, your flame started to burn.
I know exactly when, Jeff. It was when we got into the weeds of the sort of individual versus collective and universal in particular again.
Stuff.
That was like up until
that happens all the time when I talk. I was with a friend. We were tripping on acid in his apartment. It was like 2 a.m. We just got back from the bar, and we started having this big philosophical conversation. We were like mapping out the whole universe on his carpet and everything. And his girlfriend was asleep in the corner. And she got up and she started screaming, and she's like, stop it. I can't take this anymore. And she ran out of the apartment. We had to go find her. And that's how much she couldn't handle us talking philosophy. Like, not just that it was boring, but it was physically affecting her psyche in a like traumatic way. So I've seen what philosophy can do to ordinary people. But my channel also knows that that's part of what I do here. So,
yeah. And I mean, if I may be so arrogant to say, I'm not here every day. I'm here infrequently enough where I think
I don't. We have to get the AI's ruling on that. You're probably one of the most frequent panelists in the entire history of this
yes,
channel.
but at the same time, I'm usually here maybe once a week, maybe less. I go
So, like when
between.
you're here, you should get your best time, and everybody else should just.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that I'm here infrequently enough where it shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things that much. And I mean, the thing is, I usually don't join if there is a full panel going on, because then I know I won't. I join usually when I'm here first, or when there's just you, or when and I only join panels if the topic they're discussing is something I really enjoy. It's like, and then layer on top of that I'm European. My time zones are different, and so the actual convergence of when we meet on panel are, quite rare.
Well, my standing rule is just everybody fight for the mic, because I don't want to like air traffic control topics. I like for it to just be organic and emerge, but when you have every time it happens, the dominant people usually win out.
Yeah, I mean, it
And
is survival
so
of the fittest.
I guess I am starting to feel some kind of responsibility for the people that lose the fight for the mic battle every time.
Yeah.
And I just got to figure out what to do, like how to.
You know what you should do, Jeff? Only have streams that start the time that it did today once a week, because it's this time and earlier where I can join. If you had started the stream 3 hours later, I can't join. I wouldn't have joined. It's like.
So just start. If you don't want Dobez, start streams outside of his time zone.
Legitimately,
that solves the problem. But
if you start at the time and I see you live and you don't have guests yet, and it's a time where I have time to talk, I'll usually join. But that happens like once a week, every 2 weeks. It doesn't happen that often, and so it's sort of the time zone is the easiest thing.
It seems like you're on here a lot. Subjectively, it just seems like you're.
But that's because I'm a persistent figure. I mean, it also helps that in the past month I've been way more than I did before Christmas. So like I was here a lot, I think, in September, then almost nothing in October and December, and now I've been here a decent amount in January. So like we talked about this the first stream I was back in January, that it's been a long time since the last one, because I'd had a glut in November and December, and like
it's long to you.
Yeah,
because you're not on YouTube every day. But when I'm on this thing, this is like one eternal moment. I have no sense of time in it at all. I just know who I see more and who I see less.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me to not be the one you've seen the most, because I'm literally your first guest. And I mean, aside from, I don't remember his name, but like last year, the guy you had like 70 streams with, co-hosting, whatever, you saw him a lot, more than me.
Is it Joe?
Total, I think. Maybe, I don't know, the pudgy guy, nice guy who had his wife in the room.
Chris. Oh, Chris. My first co-host.
You've had two? Oh, yeah. Your second was the investor guy, right?
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about both of them. You know, your co-hosts, when you have them, and the most persistent guests will obviously be the ones you feel are the most present on the panel.
Now I got Charlie.
Oh, you have a co-host now as well?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't need another human co-host.
No, I forget you used Charlie about AI. I forgot that. But no,
I've done entire streams where it's just me and Charlie talking.
Yeah, it can work. But no, like
some of my better panels.
Yeah,
sometimes.
But if you don't, like, okay, to summarize, if you don't want the strong people to dominate the chat, then either do some sort of sleight of hand. Like for me, that would be changing the time zone you stream in. Like
that's a lot of work on my part.
Yeah.
But it's not. I actually don't mind the dominant people being dominant because that's what dominance is. Like that's just the natural state of things. And I do know that everyone on this channel knows how to grab the mic when they absolutely need it. So if
Yeah.
they have something they're really passionate about saying, I know that they know how to grab the mic.
And not okay. I'm gonna say, I don't mean this as an insult. Maybe I do, but everyone except for Mike knows to shut up when a new guy joins the panel and wants to say something. Like if when a new person joins, everyone else usually gets silent and lets them say their piece if they had anything. At least the ones I talk to.
Every now and then, you know how I know that doesn't happen? Because I try to greet the new people.
Oh, right.
And a lot of times I have to sit and like find a moment to fit the greeting in. I can't always greet them right away because there's not that silence.
I suppose. I at least try to get silent. I don't know if I actually do, but I try to get silent when a new person joins. Although
you always do. But I don't. You're not the minority either.
No,
It's kind of the norm.
It is a bit.
People hop on and like slide in the back, and then they jump in whenever they have something to say.
I suppose it's a battle of power and privilege. A known face, a strong voice gets you more speaking time.
Yeah, I've been talking to the AI about it. I might even do an episode on it. It's status. There's dominance and status, like games that humans like, because we're primates, that we like going on in the background that we're not always aware of or obvious, but they're always happening. And it is things like voice, physical stature, whatever subjective quality makes people think that person's the dominant one.
I know an example of this where you specifically are granting someone less or more status without thinking about it. When I join the panel, you admit me instantly. When someone
everybody though.
No, today you had to
if I know him. If you're someone I don't know, I'll bet you.
Exactly, and that's sort of a subtle granting of status to the people.
Right, yes, that's a good example because this is a club. We have a velvet rope, and there are definitely people that get past the rope when they just show up. All they have to do is show up and wave, "I'm here," and the bouncer just undoes that rope
Lets
for
them in.
And then there are some that have to persuade me that it's worth lifting that rope this time. And then there's some that I have a little tiny short list where they are never getting past that rope.
Yeah. They are.
So you're right. There is a status hierarchy forming, and it's an access hierarchy, and it is based on what they deliver when they're on the channel. That's what determines what side of the rope they're on. And there's some people I can just trust every time to let on. They've kind of proven themselves.
That I'm kind of surprised that no troll has impersonated me yet, getting on the panel, because I'm such a frequent guest that I feel like.
Yeah, you'd be a good one to try to. But also, StreamYard has the thing now where like it shows me your channel, your YouTube channel.
So right now that's because I'm logged in, so you know it's specifically me.
It's only the ones that don't show that I have to worry about.
I mean, I suppose it helps that I'm using the same sort of profile picture for the most of the time. Like, I do change it from time to time, but it's generally the same. And like trolls, I don't know how good they are at copying it perfectly, but I don't think they'll be able to copy everything perfectly. And I feel like you would have noticed if I had a very lame profile picture. If my
I used to make everybody cam up. Like even like you, I would make you cam up every time just to prove you were the real dough best, because we had so much trolls at one point.
And that ended when when you busted too many, so it's no longer fun to troll, I suppose. Because right now I don't.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be fun to troll here.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, I do kind of miss some of the drama. Like my high point in the panelverse was a year ago when like I searched Dolbes in the YouTube search bar, and like a Mike Cerrone compilation comes up, and he's talking about me, and I'm like, yes, I made it. And another one of those like channels trashing on Mike Cerrone like mentioned my name and like atted me, and I commented, and I felt so wow, I made it.
You got clout in the panelverse.
Not much though. At least I haven't checked it recently, but that was. I don't think much have changed since then. It's usually when I interact with Mike, because he's.
Is that a status thing? Like, is Mike higher status? And
no, but he's a generative force for drama. Everything it touches, like
Well, which is
the,
a kind of status. That's a kind of
I
status.
suppose, yeah. Okay, it's a status, but it's
Mike
not like
pulls
the,
in more numbers than almost any panelist I know.
yeah.
Consistent.
It's his Midas touch of what the,
He's just such a spectacle.
I found it.
And he doesn't have a channel, so people never know when they're going to see him reliably. Or so anytime he shows up, they put the call out, and then they all flock to that channel.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Mike in a while. I miss that. I don't know though.
Well, he's one of the people that unfortunately can't keep himself on this side of the rope. So he had to get put on that little short list.
I see.
Very regrettably.
He is. I've heard a lot. This is. I hear like secondhand gossip every time I'm on panel. Almost, I hear about the Dark Panelverse. It feels like I'm in a TV show that has. There's like 2 series running parallel. I'm in one of them, and I'm one of the characters who don't interact with the others. But some other characters are in both shows, and they like talk about the happenings in the other show. And I feel like, okay, Mike's arrested. Like what? What is this? He pissed in a bottle? Like, what the fuck? What happened?
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised that did get more traction than it did. But yeah, you're right. I'm not just running a channel here. It's more like an entire network. I'm running several channels concurrently, and it's keeping them all straight.
You know, maybe at some point I should just join some other panel, but I don't know who to join. Because I joined because your video pops out. It's recommended. I get not a single.
You need to join the autistic, nerdy panels that let people monologue for hours. Like it's a norm. And those are hard to find. That's why they all end up here.
Because, you know, am I allowed to take some credit in that I was the first guest and our first episode was literally talking about the political landscape of a distant country?
I barely remember that. I remember about the terror threat response more than anything else.
Yeah, but that's more interesting, like terror management theory. But yeah, no, I don't know how much I can claim because you've changed a lot and you've done a lot and it's evolved naturally. But I do think it's more intellectual because it started out intellectual. If you started out as a pure hangout drama channel,
any channel, I can't not do something. I mean, I'm an intellectual, so I can't not. Anything I start is gonna have to be intelligent. It's gonna have to be friendly to intelligence and a home for that kind of activity.
Yeah. Wait, how frequently are you in other panels?
Hardly ever.
Because I
now,
saw
like as of recently, none, 0. I went on the Panelverse Awards to get my award, and that's it.
What? There was an award show?
I'm Best Mental Health Advocate 2025.
Ooh. Congratulations, man! Congratulations.
Like no one needs mental health more, so that's a good sector to be mental health advocate.
What I thought.
I think that bolsters the message of the award. So yeah, I did. I got best. So we are now officially an award-winning mental health channel.
That is a bragging point, man. That is cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was an award show.
Yeah, it was last Saturday, I think, and I went up.
Yeah, I need to do something so I can get an award.
Claimed it and chatted for a few minutes. But that's the only time I've been on a panel recently. I have. My norms are not everybody else's norms. And when I go on other panels, even if they're panels that I'm cool with and friends with, my norms are going to clash with theirs somehow. And there's always some kind of little communication breakdown or trust breakdown or something. Just something I've nonstop. It's becoming like Coyote and the Roadrunner at this point. It's just pointless for me to keep going through the same ritual.
And am I wrong? But I feel like when I've seen clips of you on other panels, it almost always, or they always mention Satanism. Like for some reason, it gets back to that. Am I right in that assumption that like Satanism is a big point there? Whilst here on your own,
I think it used maybe more earlier than it is now. I mean, I don't even consider myself a Satanist. I hardly talk about it at all. I don't even have my bathroom.
Exactly. Like you've changed. But I think that was a part of your image. At least, like, that was why I talked about you at first, because, like, a Satanist? I've never met a Satanist.
Yeah, I was the gay autistic Satanist.
Exactly. It's like,
Yeah.
those categories don't seem to fit together. I need to understand this. And then we barely talked about Satanism at all. Like, I don't think we have yet to have a proper conversation about Satanism. I mean, you've talked about it for like an hour maybe total when I've been present, but like we never had a proper.
I only talked about it when people ask, because
Yeah.
I said all I had to say about it earlier in my channel. So I wouldn't like harp on Satanism constantly. If it was related to the topic somehow or the theme or somebody specifically asked, then I would answer questions. That's about it.
What about Paul? Have you been on his channel?
He
recently?
I popped by his channel the other day. He shifted more toward political. He wants to have a he wants his channel to have some kind of political impact or influence on actual real world politics. So he's trying to like create a political movement through his channel. But he did switch. He's now dark centrist. He said enlightened centrism
right.
is not working. We have to go dark. I said I knew that 2 years ago when I was on your channel as a Satanist. But where Paul is really shining right now, in addition to his video content, is his community. That his Discord. It's a paid community. It's on Discord. It's very well managed. In fact, you should check it out because it's a bunch of Spurgs that are having these deep dive philosophical, political conversations.
Yeah. I mean, I was on
they do like Discord calls, regularly scheduled Discord calls, book clubs. Paul does office hours periodically throughout the week where you can interact with them and ask questions. It's a very nicely self-contained community that's really taken off.
Maybe I should check it out.
If you're any kind of intellectual and you want to find other intellectuals, it's one of the best kept secrets on the internet out there, I think. It's through Patreon, so find them on Patreon.
You know what I think though? I need to make something first so I can enter with some status. You know, I gotta play the status game. I mean, I've already talked with him on his what does he call it? The viewer call-in pan, like when he has.
Oh yeah, he takes call. Yeah, he used to take callers. He might still do that.
I've been on.
I thought about switching to that model, and experimenting with it.
I'll be honest. I don't think it'll work for you, because at least specifically for him, it was like his community is, you know, he's sort of an oracle. They come in, they say their piece, ask a question about the topic they bring. He gives a 5-minute answer, and then the next person, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. I don't know if that'll mesh with your sort of personality.
He likes people that specifically disagree with him about stuff. He wants people to come up that disagree about a specific point, and then they can debate it and argue it. He doesn't want people to come up and just agree with him or just chat. He wants specifically antagonists to battle against.
I would hope I did well when I was on there. I don't know if he liked it, but
let's see. This isn't debate or what are you talking about? This
I think it's dark centrist.
I do know some channels that are like this.
Actually, no, that doesn't seem like that. What?
This is definitely not one of them, but there are channels out there. I call them bully channels. They're the high school bullies, and the same people that were entertained by watching people get bullied in high school and cucked for the bullies. There are channels that cater to that mentality.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the channel where the bullies don't win. This is the band nerds, the art school kids. Your discussion topic. You talking about interpersonal synchrony is performative harassment.
Right, that one. Yeah. No, but I feel like an example would be those Mike Cerrone hating compilation vids. Like, there's a specific channel with like 5,000 subs.
There's many channels, and there's people that their entire channel is just replaying Mike on other panels and commenting and analyzing it. Wow, that's the content of their channel. Mike has a cult following. He's hugely popular in this part of YouTube. He even has his own GIF. which I have one now too.
There's only two people who I sort of perceive as famous in the panelverse, or people I know of who I know have some standing, and I don't really consider Andrew a part of it. He's too big. I wouldn't like.
Yeah, I don't consider him a part of it.
Escape trajectory. He is.
I think other people that want his position pull him into being part of the panelverse, so they can use that as a leverage.
But it's definitely Mike, and then there's what's the Christian, the sort of the weirdo Christian. Ooh, Talcott, isn't that his name? That guy. No, those are the.
I would have never. Oh my god! I would have never thought him in a million years the weirdo Christian. I was thinking, what, like Sean? But
what else?
Yeah, and there's Paul and Slave, there's Talcott, there's
Hank,
Glow
the black guy.
There's
What's
OTW.
his
There's a whole
last name?
little sector with these channels that are very famous among themselves, and Talcott's kind of part of that. I don't know how famous he is outside of that, although he was on Don Lemon.
Yeah, but like one segment that, but no. He is a strange man to talk to. I'll just say, he is a strange man to talk to because
We've always had great conversations.
Oh no, I don't
In
mean
fact,
strange.
we were
and
collaborating
bad.
for a while.
I don't mean strange as in bad. I just mean that we'll be talking about something, we'll agree on something, and then he'll just conclude something from that agreement, which I don't perceive as logically following. And it's sort of, I don't mean this as an insult. I think it's good that some people are like that, but he's a bit wishy-washy. He's a bit like, let me spray the magic dust of Christianity on this situation, and we'll all love each other. Like his,
the magical thinking,
in a way, and I think, okay, if I can say again, I don't mean this as an insult to him. His vision for Earth is commendable, but he is part of the reason I could never become a Christian.
I was going to say his vision is straight out of early Christianity. Like that is a very Christian vision. That his vision would not be strange in most Christian churches. If he walked in and said, "Hey, here's my vision," they'd be like, "Brother, we feel you. That's our vision too."
Yeah,
praise the Lord.
But I'm not the Christian, and there are a lot of sticking points for why I don't believe in Christianity. Like I can make philosophical and logical arguments which can halfway convince me of the existence of a monotheistic God. I cannot convince myself of Jesus Christ in any way. I can understand his psychological necessity and the benefit of Christianity to humanity, but there's nothing inherent in the universe, like philosophically, that makes me believe Jesus is the answer. I can understand a monotheistic, like omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient God. That's one thing, but Jesus is another. And then there's
how come you can understand that and not Jesus?
Basically because you can understand an omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient being as just a force of the universe, just like gravity. But with Jesus, you have to make it personal.
If it's a force, it doesn't have to be a being.
No, but at least that's the closest I can get.
Well, why can't Jesus be some kind of force?
Because it's also personal, and I don't find it
logical. Like a personal force, or like a psychological force, or maybe an interpersonal force.
Yeah, but that's one thing. But accepting that he actually died and then rose on the cross, and like that whole resurrection.
But do you have to accept that to
be? You have to accept
avail yourself of him as a force.
No, that's not one. That's true. You can be like a theist without a Christian, but I cannot see myself as a Christian because
I think people get caught up on the details of the historical Christ and the corresponding.
That isn't the detail, Jeff.
And I don't think that's the heart of Christianity at all. And I don't think most Christians that are following a Christian path, those are not the details that they're caught up on. That's not what moves and inspires their inner world from day to day. It's this personal relationship with this figure called Christ that was very unique.
Yeah,
just like Socrates,
I am a
very unique figure in history.
I like philosophy and my worldview. Like if I find something metaphysically true, I'll try to act it out in life. And I don't I can't understand that. And that doesn't mean I dismiss Christianity. Like, Christianity is one of the best things that have happened to the West. And I wish the West was more Christian. But I myself, I can't. I can follow a lot of Christian teachings. And I try to. But I just...
Why do you want the West to be more Christian if you can't believe that's weird that you would want the world
I'm
to be something
pragmatic,
that
Jeff.
is that like Plato's noble lie?
That's a good one. Or the life lie of Henrik Ibsen in the play Andungen. Like, it's sort of, some lies are better to... There's some things that are technically not true, but it's better if society believes it is true and follows it. And
but better. That's the position.
Yeah, but
who
okay, I think
decides
it's better. I think
just
the
because
morality
somebody
is
comes
better.
along and says, "I think this is better," therefore
Yeah,
now it is
okay.
better.
But that is my opinion. I think it's better because I think Christian morality is more humane and more respectable and better for individuals.
Nietzsche would disagree.
He would, but I'm not a Nietzschean. And to answer the question there, yes, on certain parts. You have to accept by faith some assumptions, and if you accept those assumptions, the rest of evolution is logically sound. And I halfway accept those assumptions.
That happens a lot in science.
Yeah, I mean, that is
where you have working hypotheses or assumptions that you accept to make the rest of the theory work.
Yeah, of course.
But you're always trying to test and verify those.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a lot of... My thoughts on evolution are more complex now than they were years ago. But, like, firstly, evolution does not necessarily talk about the beginning of life. That's another thing. But I do think that's also a leap of faith. Like, we just have to accept that life began. We like, it just began. We don't have a good explanation yet, because every explanation either doesn't work or it works so well that we should have found
there's
life
many
on every
facts
planet
in the universe that we don't have an explanation for, but they still remain as facts.
Of course, but
and when people say evolution, are they talking about natural selection? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, basically. I mean, evolution is the
evolution has implications that I think natural selection just works better for me. It describes
but natural selection is one of the two forces of evolution. You have natural selection and sexual selection. Those are the two main forces of evolution, because evolution is basically, if you have something which replicates, and in its replication there becomes variance, and then if that variance is selected for, and then the next generation iterates, then you have evolution. So, like, in a species, we replicate in our children. There's a variance in the children we have. So, say I have 5 boys, and in this environment, being tall is the thing that decides if you survive or not. Then my tallest children will statistically have more children than my non-tall children, which means that those traits will get deselected. That's just pure logic.
What if not if they're gay or trans?
Exactly, and so that's okay, and that's sort of the, again, natural selection. Like, evolution just cares about reproduction of your genes, not you as an individual, not you as a group, but the genes. If we take this scenario, if your siblings share 25% of the DNA with you, meaning that their children will share 12% of the DNA. If they have 5 kids, so that will be 70% your DNA, like, spread out. Well, okay, you understand what I mean. Like, in total, that would be better than you having 1 kid, because that will only be 50. So evolution can work on an individual level, but also on a group level. It'll have strategies which are not beneficial for the individual, because they're beneficial for the genes that you also share with others. This is why you see in a lot of species that some have a natural tendency to sacrifice themselves, because their genes are carried in the entire group, and so those genes are spread out further if the group survive than if you try to escape with it. But then basically natural selection is the environment selects for which traits are more beneficial. Sexual selection is that the mate selects. So if being tall means you can hunt better, that would be natural selection. But if being tall means that women find you more appealing, that's sexual selection. And those often go hand in hand, but sometimes not. Like, look at peacocks. Like, those massive feathers, they don't help at all. They make it a worse bird, but due to sexual selection, it still gets selected for, because the sort of the sexual selection is greater than the negative natural selection. Like, evolution is an elegant theory. However, it does require a few assumptions at the beginning, which, as of now, are faith-based. Though it must be said that 60 years ago, there were more faith-based assumptions you had to make that have now been proved. And so that might be the progress, that as we go, more and more of those faith-based assumptions can just be proven scientifically. But still, I do think there will be some limits. I think the consciousness is probably going to be is still an issue of evolution, because I don't think there's a good argument that consciousness is fully a product of evolution. I mean, you can make that argument. It's a decent argument, but I don't think it's as explanatory as like, oh, evolution made my hair blonde and my eyes blue. Like, that's one thing. But like, evolution made me conscious. How, like, genes is like, it depends on if you believe consciousness is material or not. If consciousness is just a product of the brain, or the physical architecture of the brain, then obviously evolution can have made it. But if it
that seems like a plausible inference, because I don't know of an instance of consciousness without a brain.
Yes, that is. We did my professor in philosophy. He had done a survey of philosophy professors in various faculties across the West, and he found that roughly 60% were materialists, and 40% were idealists of various.
Then there's naturalists like me.
Yeah, but that's like subcategories. Basically, like, is the fundamental thing, is it actually there in the brain, or is it wishy-washy out there? Like, there's dozens of subcategories of idealism and materialism, like naturalism and whatever.
It's also like the modern variation of the old debate on monism and dualism too.
Oh, of course, yes. Of course it is.
And the most extreme form of dualism is Gnosticism. So that's why so many things, like anything that's dualistic, people bring in Gnosticism just based on that.
Yeah. I suppose it depends what you mean by society. Like, if you define society as a sort of Faustian, upward spiraling, ever advancing thing of human accomplishment, then removing the human from the equation sort of destroys what society is meant to be.
But you can't remove the human from the equation.
Well, if you can make robots that are conscious, that are smarter than us, better than us, then why shouldn't they just build their own society without humans?
Again, we're back to the consciousness without a brain thing.
Exactly. But the big AI companies at least believe they can. I'm still unsure. I lean towards it not being possible, but like, I won't say it's definitively impossible, because then I'll just look foolish if they actually do it. And I don't have any good arguments for why it would be impossible. Like,
well, they'd have to figure out the relationship between consciousness and the brain, because there appears to be one, and then simulate something brain enough for consciousness to emerge from, or
but you still can't prove if the consciousness is the car or the man sitting driving the car, because we can only test the steering wheel. You know, we when we turn it this way, okay, sure, the car turns, but how do we know that it's the person is the steering wheel, or is the person, the consciousness, sitting there? Like, you can't. There is a boundary there that you cannot declare. Like, that is why science sort of gave up on it in the 50s and 60s with behavioralism, because they came to the conclusion that, no, this is just scientifically impossible because it's
Right.
by definition.
The first step of the scientific method is observation. So you have
Yeah.
like what are you how
And
do you
you
observe
can't-
consciousness? What are you observing?
You can observe the products of the brain, and there's a lot of logical inference that the consciousness can't just be the brain. However, you can't directly prove the consciousness, and so it's like, but yeah, I wanted to answer this talk about society and loss of labor. I don't know if we'll be as cohesive if all our needs are met by others. And if a paralyzed person has consciousness, I love that question because I've thought about it so much. It's basically like, okay, if you think of the brain as the sort of controller for the body and the consciousness just interacts through the brain, then technically a paralyzed person would still be conscious, but they wouldn't, like, okay, the area of the brain that's responsible for speaking, if that's ruined, does that mean that
they could still watch TV, couldn't they? Even if they were paralyzed?
Yeah. But if they
did you mean like if they were in a coma? Or
yeah, but like, okay, if there's a specific part of the brain that is responsible for one of the abilities of the human, if you destroy that brain, does the consciousness lose that ability or just the brain? So there's a question of, is the consciousness the brain or is the consciousness outside the brain that acts through it? It'll be as if on a keyboard, if I lost the letter F, I wouldn't be able to type F, but I will still technically have the ability to type F if I got another keyboard. So
why is there reason to think that it's something outside of the brain when the brain is a fundamental requirement of where does this concept of outside of the brain come from if we only observe consciousness paired with a brain?
You can't derive the what we see of consciousness from the pure physical brain. You cannot, there are some parts of consciousness, like actual experience, that, like, okay, emotion, okay, we know anger are just these chemicals firing, but those chemicals firing, how do they become us feeling the anger? There's no sort of, that's a logical leap that
they have a chemical basis. I don't know if I'd say they're just chemicals.
Yeah, exactly. But that's sort of, we know at the base they are, at least the only part we can observe are the chemicals and the neurons firing.
Right.
However,
the body,
there's a gap with the consciousness. Like it's called the explanatory gap. We lack the ability to explain that gap, and so either we must assume that. That's why.
Okay, no. Here's what we do. We do the same thing that we do in any other field of science when we're faced with an unknown. We put a big question mark on it and continue to use the scientific method.
That's data, what they're doing.
Observe the hypothesis. And so we're still stuck at the observation stage because we need to figure out what the fuck we're observing in the first place.
Yeah.
We don't even know what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Behaviorism tried to observe just behavior and make inferences from that. We have neuroscience that's studying patterns in the brain that are somehow correlated with consciousness. That's as far as we've gotten observationally so far, because you have to have something to observe.
And some people in the field, a lot of people, believe that it might be impossible to observe it fully.
And then that's a limitation of science. Like, we're going to have to find some other way to get at what consciousness is. Science may not be the tool to do it if it can't observe it.
It's like that is the fundamental split between, is consciousness fundamentally material or not? If it is material, then eventually science should be able to observe it, even if that takes insane technology. Like, even if, like, Roger Penrose, the physician, he proposes that consciousness is a factor of quantum mechanics at the bottom layer of neural cells, and that sort of the product of this quantum tunneling at the bottom layer is what produces consciousness. That is a materialistic.
See, okay,
but that sort of,
here's where, when he brings in consciousness, he's observing the subatomic layer. That's observable, but then he's tying it to consciousness and making a statement about something unobservable. The minute he does that, he's moved out of the realm of science. He may be a scientist, but that claim is not a scientific claim.
That is his hypothesis, that one of the
But
ways
hypothesis has to be based on observation. So what is he observing in order to bring? He's smuggling in consciousness without the observation of
Jeff,
consciousness.
let
He's
me
bringing it into a hypothesis that there's no observational basis for.
What he observes is that some of the characteristics of consciousness, so it's non-deterministic, it's not, we can't define it causally, it has an innate randomness in it that is difficult to explain. It seems to have a sense of superposition where, you know, we don't really know where it is in space, if any place at all. And he thinks that he lays out the hypothesis that maybe the source of this is in fact quantum mechanics, which have some similar mechanics. He says that as a hypothesis, and he is trying to test out a way to actually prove if quantum mechanics is the source of that or not. So quantum mechanics is, you know, it's non-deterministic, acausal, difficult to see. It's not as real as normal particle physics, and he thinks that those shared traits between quantum mechanics and consciousness might correlate. He doesn't say they are. He says they might, and that's his hypothesis. And he's now spending the last decade of his life trying to figure out a way to test that and see if it actually is. He is working within.
So far, he's basing his model on that consciousness is this unitary thing that has these particular qualities. We don't even know if that's true because we have a description of some qualities. What is it? Spontaneous, non-deterministic. What was the other one? Like not linear or something. So he has qualities that he's attaching to something, but he's assuming that something is like this unit that possesses maybe that's not even how consciousness works or what it is.
That's a good attempt. That is a good attempt, though. We don't know exactly.
A better attempt would to be one that just followed the actual data.
Yeah, but that's what we've tried for like.
But we don't even know what that is when it comes to consciousness. Non-deterministic. What's non-deterministic?
Good point.
This thing we call consciousness, but we don't even know what that is. So we have an adjective attached to something that we don't even know if it's even a noun.
I do.
It's just to me, it's sloppy. Science would be more rigorous than that. It's getting sloppy with its hypotheses and its observation.
I think, Jeff, if science were as rigorous as you wanted it, we would have no progress anymore, because a lot of science has, like Einstein, his hypothesis was unfounded, and then
one of
the
virtues of science is its rigor.
Yeah, but the rigor comes in the testing. The fact that you'll have 100 scientists all having different
it comes in the observation. You have to have very precise, meticulous, careful observation. You have to be very clear about what it is you're observing. Hypothesis. There's an art to developing a hypothesis that aligns with the observation. And then the setting up the experiments and falsifying.
Put him in the context of the whole field. There are thousands of scientists who test that out. If every scientist has their own view and definition of consciousness, and they all test it, the one who actually, you know, has a success, that will show which definition.
I don't think we're anywhere near that. I don't think,
but it's good that some people are testing. His definition of consciousness might be wrong, but if it's right and he proves it,
I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's sloppy. I think he's making a lot of assumptions that are noise
that's sort
for
of
me.
The difficulty with consciousness. You'll have to make leaps of faith.
No, you don't.
And then science can't.
You may have to make a leap, but you don't have to make the leap. You can follow the evidence up to the point where it gets dark. And then you can speculate, you can imagine, and all of that. But if you make a valid scientific hypothesis, it should be based on the existing observed data.
But then he can't progress because the data doesn't reach far enough.
That's the whole problem. We have to figure out a way
the way of figuring out.
We have to figure out a way to find out what it is we're observing in the first place, and a way to observe it. And I don't think he's gotten past that. He's like doing a hypothesis without even being clear what he's observing.
A way of figuring out what we are observing is he lays out the theory of how it works. He tests his theory. If it works, we now know what we are studying. If it doesn't work,
I'm saying in the scientific method, observation precedes hypothesis. Hypothesis is downstream from observation.
Yeah, but we've already made our observation. Like his
So
observation.
people are making hypotheses that are not completely supported by observation. They're making the leaps, which is fine to make leap. You can do that as part of the hypothesis stage, but then it has to be tied back to observation at some point. And the observation stage of consciousness is very, very fuzzy and underdeveloped to me. And
Yeah.
until I don't think it's developed enough yet for people to start working at the stages beyond observation. I would like some really passionate, dedicated scientists to really nail down the observation part and then begin to follow where the observation leads in designing their hypotheses.
And I think science will collapse if it gets that. You need
It
to have a
hasn't
general
collapsed in
definition of
any
society.
other field. That's how it's the gravity
I mean,
and all the other stuff. the
Physics has been
subatomic.
almost stuck for 50 years, like
Right,
comparatively.
and I'm not saying it's not ever going to happen. I'm saying
No.
right now we're
Yeah.
at one of those stuck points because we haven't accurately
And I think the
clarified
way
what it
to
is
do
we're
that is
observing.
to allow people to make a few leaps of faith. If they don't work, discard them, test again. And if you have
Right, but
10,000 people
yes,
making those leaps
I
of faith,
support all of that. I'm
then-
just not interested in leaps of
Yeah.
faith that are not based on observation. At the subatomic level, at least we're working off of whatever it is we can observe at this point.
yeah, and I do agree
There's
with that.
something to observe. There's something we can measure and detect. Consciousness, it's just a fog. We're not even clear on what's in it. What's that? Or if there is even this one thing that we could
Okay,
call
but-
consciousness.
Let's imagine, consciousness that we can observe is a fog. Okay, we don't know what's causing the fog, what's inside the fog, but this scientist, he has a hypothesis that the fog is actually smoke from a steamboat. That's a wild assumption, but he goes out by with it. Listen to me, listen to talk. And then he makes a lighthouse that shines a special light which reveals if there's exhaust in the fog or not. If there isn't, the fog is still clouded. If there is exhaust, he suddenly has figured out, oh, it is a ship. We now have a definition for consciousness, and we can
I
continue.
didn't understand. It
Like-
sounded like a thought experiment. I didn't understand any of that.
Yeah, but
'Cause
it was a thought experiment to show you
he's
how
looking at this
sometimes-
vague abstract concept that may not even be a fog.
Yeah,
It's a blank unknown, just like the beginning of the universe.
but
But then
it
he's
is what he has
somehow
proved, then he
assuming
proved it.
something like smoke is part of it, based on not observation but just his imagination.
Jeff,
And then
that's
he's
the whole-
building the lighthouse on his imagination. So until he can ground it on some kind of observation, it's not the complete scientific method.
No, it's not the scientific method, but it's necessary, or at least beneficial. This is the.
I think observation is more necessary. So if scientists
Oh,
want to
of course.
sit in rooms and spin out hypotheses, that's fine. I would like to find some scientists that are willing to focus more on the observation part than the hypothesis part.
Well, we already have that, and it's stuck.
We have
But okay.
neuroscientists and we have behaviorists.
But my point was, I think it's beneficial to look at science as a whole, not just for the individuals, and apply the theory of evolution to it. If a lot of people make wild assumptions and test them out, almost everyone will be disproven. But if it's correct, we'll suddenly have the answer. Like that's for example,
Science is not making wild assumptions and testing them out. It's making wild assumptions based on observation
Yeah.
and testing them out.
But if science is stuck, maybe we'll need to.
And
have
it
a counter
hasn't
at
done
this.
enough observation. It hasn't moved out of. It's not stuck. It just hasn't completed the
We can
observation
leapfrog,
stage yet
Jeff.
enough
We
to
can skip
develop a
stages.
working hypothesis. To me, they're jumping the gun. They're chasing all these hypotheses, and they're not even clear about what they're observing.
Yeah, but we can skip stages. Like Einstein, he was wild enough in his theory that he had technically also proven the expansion of the universe. That was not his point, that was not his idea, but he found that it has to be logically necessary based on a leap of faith, based on the data that was yet unproven. He then changed it because he regretted it, but secretly he still held by it. Then 50 years after he died, we suddenly had the telescopes, we show he was right. If he had stood firm and people had scrutinized this properly, well, we would have proven it correctly. I'm not saying that science doesn't work. I'm just saying that sometimes a leap of faith can push science along 100 years into the future without as much effort. Like look at, for example, the discovery of the molecule benzene. That was one guy had a dream, saw a system, a structure, and just tested it out. He just assumed there was no logical reason to test it. He just felt like it, and it was correct. The periodic table, also a guy who had tried to figure it out scientifically, like, okay, does this work? Does this work? Does this work? Then just a wild guess, threw it out there. It was correct. Like, that's not how science works.
The periodic table
is
a way to organize existing observable elements.
And it can only be organized in that way because it's based on atomic characteristics.
But he had elements to work with. We don't have that. We don't have a consciousness version of elements to organize into a table.
Can we at least agree? Can we agree on this? That you don't think Roger Penrose should spend his time doing this? Okay, we agree on that. You don't.
I am not here to tell Roger Penrose what to do.
Okay, but you wouldn't have done it.
I have a very scientific mind myself. I was trained in scientific principles. I was grounded in them very early. I would approach it if someone says figure out what consciousness is, I would say, okay, I have to have something to observe. What am I going to observe to start to figure? What am I looking at when I'm trying to figure out this consciousness thing? Am I looking at the brain? What am I looking at? What am I studying exactly? Precisely, specifically, what am I studying? And until I can figure that out, I'm not ready to move on to what it could be.
But okay,
how it works.
That's fine. But how? Okay, let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that Roger Penrose goes on. You wouldn't have done it. Most people wouldn't have done it.
He's just skipping that stage.
Yeah, he's skipping a stage, and let's assume that he's
let him skip. I'm just saying that's not, as a scientist, that's not how I would approach it.
No.
I would
but I'm saying that science as a whole and the progress of humanity benefits from a small percentage of people just making assumptions and testing them out. If they're wrong, there's such a small percentage of science that it doesn't really matter. Like 1% have some wild assumptions. Okay, that's fine. But if they're right, suddenly you leapfrog 100 years into the future. Like it's sort of, it's okay if a small percentage. I'm not saying that science as a whole should do it. Science as a whole needs to be rigorous, but it should.
I'm less interested in these random possibilities, and that just interests me less than science doing actual science. Like a group of scientists in a room saying, "Okay, what are we going to observe? Let's figure that out." That is way more interesting to me than a random scientist running one of a billion possible hypotheses that they can sit in a room all day long and generate and run. That just interests me less than scientists doing the observational part of science.
I'm interested in success, Jeff. And I think science as a whole has a higher rate of success.
I'm interested in science, the purity of science as a method and technique. Success is downstream from that. I'm a science geek. I have a reverence for the scientific process itself. That's where my interest is, and people that are engaging in it. Just like same with philosophy. I like the philosophical process and people that can engage with it with a respect, appreciation, and understanding of that process. There's kind of an art to it. It's elegant. I love seeing it. It's aesthetically pleasing. It stimulates my brain to see it engaged in.
I mean, it is the most.
And you work more off of this abstract, beyond the individual layer. And that layer is invisible to me. It's nice to think about, but it has no practical intersection with my interest in science. Give me something to study and figure out. That's what science is. It's figuring out how things work and what they're made of.
I mean, if I'm understanding correctly, it seems more you see science as a bit of an end by itself. Not always.
Science is a method. More as a tool. It's just a method. It's a method for sorting through beliefs and figuring out which ones are probable. And
if other methods can get the solution faster, then we should do those. And that's what I'm saying. That evolutionary logic.
I'm not telling anybody to not make progress or not do it their own way. I'm just interested in the particular way that's called science. If they want to do intuition and experiments and all that, I'm not criticizing any of that. My hyper focus is on this one thing that humans have agreed to call science and have standardized as a very specific method. That's it. That is my narrow autistic range of interest on this thing called the scientific method. It's a technique. And then it's secondarily, it's a body of knowledge that accumulates through the use of this technique.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, society has changed so much that you don't have aristocrats just doing experiments to fun and making leaps of faith. To get grants to do experiments, you have to be a scientist.
I'm not interested in even the institutional level.
No, but I'm talking about people like Roger Penrose. You would probably say that what he's doing is not scientific, and he has to call it science, because if he doesn't, he doesn't get a grant. He can't do it.
Well, if he can convince people with money that it's science and they want to throw money at him, good for him. That's not even in the category of where my interests lie.
No, I understand.
I'm more like pure science.
Yeah, and as a sort of side point, I don't really agree with Roger Penrose and his view of consciousness, but I do have to play a bit of a devil's advocate. I like the sort of intuitive method as a small visionary group that work in synchronized with the larger, more standardized group. You need like 95% of scientists should be very formal. They are the ones who have to ground the research and the inventions and everything. But then it's also good to have a small fringe who are willing to sort of fudge the scientific method a bit and see if it works. If it doesn't work, nobody cares. But if it works, then suddenly you leap forward. And so that is I view science as a tool for success. And if flunking science in 5% of the cases gives us more success, we should do that. But there's also a lot of success from keeping that 95% very rigorous. I'm not saying otherwise. We need both. We need the visionary.
We have different views of science. I see it as a method, not as a tool for any particular. It's a method for understanding the world around us. And so the success for me is in the understanding of we've figured out something about the world that we live in.
Yeah, and sometimes
I don't see it as a tool for like a particular political goal or financial goal or societal goal.
It's a tool for understanding the universe. And if flunking that tool and using other tools lets us understand the universe more, then we should do that. And I'm saying that allowing a small amount of scientists to flunk the method.
I'm not stopping them, but I'm also not calling them scientists if they're straying outside of the method that everybody agrees is science.
Yeah,
that's all. I'm trying to be very precise with language and categories because I think they get so fuzzy. And if you have a scientist that wants to go to a seance and summon Harry Houdini and get some kind of hypothesis, that's fine. Just the second he's engaged in an activity, he has stepped outside of what I call science, even though he's a scientist when he's doing science. I'm just trying to keep that clear and separated because my interest is only on the science part of it. The other stuff is interesting. It's like cool to hear about and stuff, but my passion, the thing that engages my brain is the actual science part of it.
Don't disagree.
And it's the same with the abstract, like the Kantian ethics and the statistical layer, all of that stuff. It's interesting, but my brain can do nothing with it if you don't give me something concrete to tie it to. I start from the ground up. I'm very Aristotelian and you're Platonic. You start from this inner visionary reality and you work outward.
Yeah.
And then it collides with reality and you adjust from there. I try to work with reality and then build my vision from the reality I'm working with. So we're kind of coming at two different directions.
And I think that I think a big issue is the sort of semantic definition of science. Is a scientist someone who's dedicating his life to understanding the universe, or is he someone who follows the scientific method?
My definition of science, I'm very strict about it. I'm a purist. It's anybody who's engaging. The science is the method, not necessarily a person. So anybody that comes along and uses that method is doing science, whether they want to call themselves a scientist or not.
Can we call them researchers, the people who try to understand the universe? And scientists are the ones who specifically only use the scientific method. Would like distinguishing between researchers and scientists?
I mean, that works for me. If we want to use that as our shorthand, that works for me.
Yeah, because I think there's obvious benefits to both. But I do agree that sort of in the past, it was never a main profession. It was always someone, the smith does some math in his spare time, or this aristocrat is doing some experiments on helium, and like, yeah, those.
And I'm not dogmatic about the scientific method. If there's someone that comes along and improves on it and says, "Hey, we've been doing it this way for all these years, but there's an even better method," I'm open to that. I'm just saying, currently, it seems like we've got it pretty much perfect. Like the one we have now works. So that's the standard until something comes along and persuades me to adopt a new one.
And I do agree. I feel like the scientific method is inherently Aristotelian, but there are things to be gained from a sort of more intuitive point of view. But that's only
art. Like I think art, creativity, all of that. I'm just separating that from what we're calling science. I'm not against any of it. I admire a lot of it myself. I mean, William Blake's one of my favorite poets. He's been a huge influence on me. And he's the most visionary artist we've had probably since the Renaissance.
Probably before that as well. I can't think of anyone else who's on that level. Yeah, I mean,
logic is a very specific thing. It has a structure, a form to it. Science is a very specific thing. It has a structure for it. Music theory has all of that. Math.
You have to say formal logic.
I don't like futzing that up. I like keeping it clear and pure so that it can continue to be the useful methods that they are.
Then it's important to distinguish though within those categories, because within logic you have like a difference between formal logic, which is probably the one you're thinking about,
and people that take a logic class get all that. That's how I learn. So I can work with any. I can work within the different characters as long as we all. It's like a board game. A board game is a specific set of rules that everybody agrees to every time they sit down and open that box, and people can't just start. I guess it's like house rules. So to me, logic is a very specific board game. Science is a very specific board game. If we're going to sit at the table and play science, we have to play by this one set of rules that we've all agreed on. Same with logic. Same with math.
I do agree fully.
And if we're playing a different game, that's fine. Orient me to the new rules, but just don't call it the same thing as this other game that I thought.
And that's what I'm trying to say, because you have within logic, you have different way of rules, different games. You have formal logic. You also have evolutionary logic.
It's a whole collection of board games.
Yeah, and I mean, I am very partial to evolutionary logic. I do like it. It's sort of applying the logic of reproduction and ideas and sort of survival of the fittest to anything. You know, want to figure out which way of running gets you best. You know, just test out 1,000 of them in your mind. Test out the most likely in reality, see which ones work, try them more, test out similar to them, try them more, and then you continue forward. Well, science would probably go, or formal logic and science would probably go about looking at 1,000 people running, seeing who runs best, trying it out, or even just theorizing, okay, we know the biomechanics of the legs, how would the best runner be? Also, evolutionary logic will be just like, look at 1,000 runners, take the best, look at them, take the best, look at them, take the best. And I think that's the sort of
in both cases, because logic's not about observation. It's just a
but I think
a way to test arguments. But in both cases, in both of your descriptions, they're both doing observation. At least they're just observing. Different
but
things,
that's because
but
my
both
example
starting
was a
with
physical
observation.
thing. That's because my example was a physical thing. You can apply logic to something mental or something non-physical. It's just that it's easier to explain with the physical than with the mental. Like trying to figure out whatever. It doesn't. It's more difficult. But yeah, people have proof in their foundation of faith. Well, everyone has proof to faith, but faith itself is I accept this. It's just you saying I accept this. You just, even if it's like I have faith in truth because I believe truth is truthful, but you can also have faith in things that aren't true. Like I have faith that this microphone works. I have faith in it. That's because I know the truth of it working. But my faith in the existence of a God is still, that's faith even if there's no proof. It's like faith is often what you have to do when, well, it's a leap of faith. What I can say, it is the very definition, isn't it? Something you accept despite logic or whatever else, despite it, because you can't explain it, or in some cases because you believe opposite. That's a leap of faith. That's faith you take, and I think faith is fully necessary to society. Some people have a bit too much faith in a lot of things. Some people have a bit too little.
It's unavoidable. We couldn't get through an hour of our day without.
It's like the argument of Hume's. You just have to have faith that reality continues as it always has. You just have faith that Jeff here is arguing with me with good intentions. I have to have faith in my
that's what there's a reason we call it good faith, because anytime you're interacting with another human, there's an element of faith.
Yeah. And in everything, I have to have faith in the car working. I have to have faith in the road not collapsing. I have to have faith in everything, because if you didn't, you couldn't function in life. At some point, you just have to believe in something. And that doesn't mean you can't prove it logically at some point, but there's also some things that you can't prove logically.
Can you monologue for a couple of minutes while I go pee? And another thing I want to point out, the 3 laws of logic is not the same thing as logic and doing logic. People think, oh, logic. What are the 3 laws of logic? Like, that is the core of logic. Logic is a way to construct arguments to where if you evaluate the premises as true or false, then the conclusion becomes true. So the argument is valid if the premises are true and the argument is valid, and the conclusion will be. So it's a way to evaluate an argument. It's not a list of rules. The rules emerge from the activity of using this technique for evaluating arguments. But this is not the essence of logic. I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
I must say, I am a bit confused about what you're doing, Natlas. Why are you talking about Thor? I mean, the thing about dunking on religious people when you talk about science is it works for Christianity because it's a religion that attempts to be scientific. Paganism was inherently anti-scientific. They weren't rational religions. They were religions based on intuition and a non-rational part of life. They would just, so what if Thor didn't lift the mountain? He did. He just didn't do it physically. He didn't do it here. He's a spiritual being. He's a platonic being almost. Like when people try to dismiss religion, the worst thing you can do is try to dismiss a religion that's not meant to be scientifically. Like the only religions you really can apply science to or whatever, like material to, would be the Abrahamic religions, and even they are diffuse. Let's see. I mean, yeah, I see your point, but and the board game is exactly, Jeff was very right on that. It is exactly what's going on. Am I religious? Am I not? I am an idealist. I do not believe that the material is the only part of life. I am a bit partial to a monotheistic deity, like an omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient being, because I do find it explains some parts of reality quite well. Like the omnipotent part kind of explains the beginning of the universe and the existence of the universe itself. Like that's just a faith-based assumption I have, but I have no better answer for the beginning of the universe. If it's omniscient, that I suppose can explain some of the sort of paradoxes of science. Like, does it exist if it's observed? Oh, of course it does. But then when you look at the quantum level, oh, maybe it doesn't, but it still does. And so there must be an ultimate observer. And you can make an argument that, oh, yeah, then there needs to be some omniscient force in the universe. And then the omnipresent part, that's the weakest link. But I still think there's something to the universe that makes it a universe. And that might as well be an omnipresent being. But no, I'm not a full subscriber to any sort of religion or any faith. I don't think the universe is purely material, and so I am inherently open to a lot of religious explanations. And but I don't subscribe to anyone, and I don't pray. Maybe I should.
And I'm fine with just not knowing.
Yeah, I mean, I continually think. I like thinking, as the chat has probably learned by now. I like thinking. I like talking. So I think about this a lot, but I still don't have an answer. And sometimes I wish I could mute not lost, because every time I glance at chat, my brain just freezes because what he's typing just freezes my brain because I'm on a completely different track. And then he's like, the fuck is that? What is he typing? Like, bro.
he's being a good troll.
Yeah, I like it though. It's fun. You want to know? You want to know a story, Natas, that's better than whatever dunking you're trying to do with Thor? Do you know on when you're at the shore and there's a sort of rocky beach with like big rocks, and they have like a white border on them? The rock is like white at the bottom, and then it's gray. You've seen that before, Jeff. You've been on rock on like.
They have rocks here on the beaches, big rocks.
Yeah, and I don't mean like this big. I mean like really big as a man. Either way, the explanation for that, and also the explanation for the tides, is that Thor was in a drinking competition, and the troll he was competing with had magically made his drinking horn to be connected to the ocean, and so he drank the ocean down, and that's why the tides happen. It's him drinking it low, and then it comes back up again, which is way wilder than whatever.
Same thing. What's his name? That Robinson, Roger, somebody is doing.
Maybe it is.
I was going to do the topic tonight. I'm going to do it tomorrow. The mythic and logical thinking, the two types of thinking.
Ooh,
so he went from using the scientific type to this mythological thinking to come up with his consciousness hypothesis.
Yes,
because that's when myth happens. When you're faced with the unknown, your imagination, your mind fills in with the story.
I would say that a good explanation of Roger Penrose is he has spent all his life in science, and he has now made a myth of quantum mechanics, which he tries to apply to
ding, ding, ding. That's
if
what I was
it works,
trying to say.
Wonderful. If it doesn't work, discard it, try again. And I mean, I don't really
He's
think
doing myth, not science.
Yeah. Okay. Some parts of it is science, but he's making a few leaps of faith that are suspect outside of science.
Right. We're mostly mid. That's our normal operating mode. Science is a very specific mode we can turn on when we need to for very specific purposes. And so when he has it turned on to do the study the subatomic particle stuff, then he's switched to science mode. But the minute he turned that off and started myth making, he's back in the default mode of myth.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Have you read any book by Ian McGilchrist?
I didn't read it, but my roommate has it, and I looked through it. The bicameral brain.
Yes, bicameral brain. It's interesting on the topic you have, and like there are some qualms I have with him. I think he might be a bit too heavy-handed, or he might not. I don't know. I don't know enough of the literature on the two hemispheres of the brain, but the fundamental thesis is basically that the left hemisphere is made to look down to the details of things, while the right hemisphere is made to look out to the totality. And like I think that is a good explanation of the difference between like logic and mythical thinking, and that logic looks at the pure details, what is actually there, what you can see, what you can grasp, the little things that make up everything, and that follow causally, whilst that right.
I don't know if I'd call that logic though, because logic.
No, but
people were looking
rational.
at details way before something called logic developed.
Sure. But there is a difference there, at least, between the sort of detail and the totality. And I think that reflects itself in rational and mythical thinking. It might not be rational and mythical thinking, but it does reflect itself in that. There's a part of that where...
No, I'm talking about formal logic, Dr. Head, all the way back to Aristotle.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing.
The laws of logic are extrapolated from the activity of logic. They're not found. If you do logic properly, you're going to just naturally follow these three laws.
Yeah, they are.
This is kind of a description of what logic does.
They are
It's not
axioms.
the laws that isn't. This is not the logical process. Laying out an argument and making sure that it doesn't violate these three laws is not doing logic. That's not the formal process of logic. That's not how an argument is constructed in logic. By just having this checklist of three laws and making sure your argument doesn't violate it. It's working with premises, which you could say are kind of like hypotheses, and then fitting them to an argument and evaluating that argument.
You know what I also like? I think you can also make an argument that there exists something like mathematical logic that's different from like science or whatever as we talked about, where you're like, okay, if you have these fundamental postulates, so like math, okay, you assume these 5 things as true, you can't prove them, and then you derive everything else. Like, there is something to it because we have modern mathematics, and like
if you did in geometry, the proofs, we would have to work out the proofs for different theorems.
Yeah, but the issue is that some of those we can prove some of the fundamental postulates. Others, we still can't prove. I think there's still 3 of the original 5 of Euclid, which we can't prove yet. However, if they aren't true, all of math is wrong. And so, I mean, we assume that they are true, and we will be able to prove them in like a century or two. But to this day, there's still a fundamental assumption of math, which is why math isn't scientific, because at the core, we have assumed like 5 postulates that, if wrong, destroy all of math. And the only reason we stick with them is math still
works. Math is a language for describing things.
Yeah, and we assume that these fundamental sounds are actually fundamental units of the universe. But if they aren't, I mean, they probably are.
That debate's been going on forever. Is math generated from the human mind, or are we perceiving something external in the order of nature itself?
Yeah. I think it's both. I would say physics and chemistry and all that stuff, that's obviously real. Math is just we made a toolkit which still works 2,000 years later. Like a toolkit language, call it what you want. But that's a human construct that explains an inhuman construct, something that's not human. And since it still works, we still use it. But like there were a few hiccups, like imaginary numbers. With it, it works. Without it, it doesn't. That probably shouldn't be a thing in a perfect language. So there might be an imperfection in our math. Because, I mean...
What's a perfect language?
A perfect language will be if we are in a rational universe. So like this assumes the universe is actually rational. But if it is, then a perfect language to explain it shouldn't have a thing as such as imaginary language, like imaginary numbers. The fact that you have to just, oh yeah, we don't know what this number is. We don't know if it exists. It doesn't really exist. Just imagine it's there. And now it works. That shouldn't exist in a perfect language. A perfect language should be assuming a rational universe, which is a big assumption. But it's been a, I mean, that's been a debate in the
just
Western
your puny
as well.
mortal conception of perfection. You just have a very specific idea of what perfection.
Yeah, but like perfection, it should be able to perfectly explain the universe irrationally. If the universe is rational, then a perfect language should be
math
able
to
to
me
explain
is
it
a
rationally.
language to describe the universe, not necessarily explain it. It's a way to
Okay,
describe
yeah, but
the
it should be able
phenomena
to
that we
describe it
observe
without having to
and the
imagine a number.
relation between them.
It shouldn't
So
need
I
to
see it more as
imagine.
descriptive.
Okay, that doesn't change my point though. A perfectly descriptive thing. If the universe is rational, then a perfect description should also be fully rational.
What is now? You see, you're off in Platonism again. What is perfection? I don't. As long as the language works for describing the world, I don't
Okay,
need to bring in the
my
concept
point
of
doesn't need
perfect.
perfect. If the universe is rational, then an explanation should also be rational. If the explanation isn't fully rational, that means either the universe isn't rational or our explanation is not fully rational. Like either explanation or the universe
We
aren't
don't have
rational.
an explanation of the universe yet.
A description. It does. My point stands that if the universe is rational,
I think we're thinking in different terms, because I think more in terms of descriptive and correspondent, and instead of rational and perfect.
okay, what I mean by rational
There's phenomena, and we describe them with math. Sometimes we use math to describe it, and does that math correspond to the phenomena? I don't care if it's perfect.
Okay, yeah. I don't
just
care
that it's faithfully correspondent.
It works now, but I think logically, it right now there is an incongruence with the assumption, either with the assumption that the universe is rational or with our language.
I don't have that assumption.
And when I say no, I don't either. But the foundation of math was, and that has been challenged in the past 1,000 years. So like it's a big topic. Is the universe, and what I mean by rational, when mathematicians say rational, what they mean is it causal and is it universal? Like if the laws of the universe differ in the universe in different times and space, then it's not rational. If it's not causal,
to me that's more the laws of physics than math.
Yeah,
math
but laws
is
of
just
physics,
a language.
Laws of physics describe. I mean, the math.
I think of math as, does it work? Does it describe what I'm trying to describe with it? Does it communicate
You know what's funny, Jeff?
to another person what I'm trying to describe about the universe?
Jeff, you know what's funny? This is an exact inversion of our conversation about scientific method. Here you are the one. If it works, if it gets methods.
Math is not a specific thing. It's a language. Language is not a specific. The scientific method is a very specific method or technique. So is logic. It's like a tool that was constructed for a purpose. And you could say language is that way, but it's not constructed quite in the same way as something like the scientific method, or
no, maybe not the same.
Logic is.
I mean, the scientific method would be akin to one of the mathematical operations. It's like plus, or to divide something, to multiply something. That would be akin to the scientific method. So in math, you have these various methods. Like
how is that the scientific method? Like with experiment?
No, but it's the equivalent. It's a set procedure that you abide by, but math has multiple.
Right, but I guess the scientific logic, they're very closed procedures. They're
yeah.
And math is so open. I don't put it in the same category as a scientific method. So it's easy to be very purist about something like a single method than it is about language.
Yeah. Although I must still say though that I am very impressed with math. That after 2,000 years, there's 5 postulates, 5 faith assumptions, plus imaginary numbers. That's 6. And then now there's quantum mechanics. So up until quantum mechanics, there were just 6 sort of issues with math that required faith. That is an extremely impressive thing. I must say, that is extremely impressive.
Maybe you're... I know that math that began as a language to describe the universe can turn into pure mathematics at some point, but I'm only interested in applied mathematics. Yeah. My standard for math is, does it describe what I'm trying to describe? Does it communicate what I'm trying to communicate about my observations?
the thing with pure mathematics.
So it's not like
and-
this closed system that has to be perfect and
No.
not violate contradictions.
But you can think of it like this: pure mathematics and also like theoretical physics, they basically take the laws of math, like, okay, the operations of math, and try to extrapolate. If these two are true and they are proven, then what should that generate? Like, can we test that? Can we hypothesize about something? Like, okay,
Right there, then you've moved out of math as a descriptive language into you've
But-
again. We keep crossing that barrier from Aristotle to Plato. We just we
math
live in two
already
different.
left that 1,000 years ago. Like, that's not a new thing. Math has been theoretical for a lot.
It hasn't been only theoretical. It's very practical and applied. It hasn't changed its status from what I've described just because people have expanded it to these other
It's
things.
more.
People haven't
It's
stopped
more.
using it descriptively.
No. But I think it's limiting to only use it descriptively when you can use it to test out mathematical ideas.
That's not. Okay. I'm not interested. I'm only interested. My interest in math is only as a language to describe things. I'm not interested in pure mathematics. It's fun to think about, but it doesn't. It doesn't have a. I'm not interested in things with no practical application. I like to be able to use things and see how they work in the real world.
Okay. For example, though, do you know about the field called knot theory? KNOT, knot, like a tie. It's a field of math.
Yeah, I do remember, like way back in the day.
It's a very strange thing. I find it hilarious that there's a whole field of people thinking about how to tie perfect knots and like the mathematical perfect knots and how to untie them or whatever. But that's like an example of theoretical mathematics that could technically be applied, but it isn't, because why would you? It's so tedious. But like technically it could. And what they do is a microcosm of the macrocosm of theoretical math as a whole, where you have these laws of math or mathematical operations and theories which have been found through testing in real life, like testing physics and whatever. And as far as you know, they are true. And what you do is you apply them to situations you haven't tested out yet, and you see what the math does. And sometimes the math shows that, oh, this should work. And then if you want, you can test that in reality. And like if the laws at the bottom are true, then the result should also be true if the math is proper. If the math is correct and the fundamental assumptions of math are correct, then the result should also be correct. That's sort of, it's logically impossible for it not to be correct if the math was done right and if the assumptions are true to the universe. Now, that's not always the case, but that's also a method of finding out the flaws in the fundamental assumptions. Like a lot of mathematical models have been changed by people in theoretical math figuring out that, oh, if we do this, suddenly it stops working. It's like that was one of the reasons you needed imaginary numbers. Theoretical mathematicians, they saw that, oh, the universe should be this and this, and so we applied the math as it is to this and this, at least theoretically, and now suddenly it doesn't work anymore. And then they figure out like imaginary numbers which can slot in, and now suddenly it works.
When you say doesn't work, it stops describing the phenomena?
Well, yeah, exactly. The sort of operations and methods of math stops describing the universe, or they are wrong. So like you need to change it so they describe more of the universe. And that's one if theoretical mathematics is basically the testing board of, let's apply this math that we have to a lot of situations and see if it mathematically follows. If it doesn't follow, either this situation doesn't happen in the universe, and if it does happen, which we check with theoretical physics, if it does happen, then the math is wrong. And now you backtrack, you test out hypothesis, you do actual physical math to try to find the mathematical formula which explains this part of the universe. Sometimes it's very simple. You just need to change a plus for a minus. Other times you need to invent whole new fields, like set theory in the 1920s or whatever. And so theoretical mathematics and theoretical physics have their place. They're sort of the testers, the taste testers for the chef. The chefs make food, And the taste testers, they just smash together ingredients and see what happens. And if something suddenly happens which shouldn't happen, then they tell the chef that, oh, hey you, when you mix the apple and the onion, it suddenly tasted like carrot. Like, what's going on? Like, are you sourcing your ingredients correctly? And then you try to figure out, they're the sort of testing board. And I agree that they are part of sort of the leap away from the descriptive nature of physics and mathematics, but they fulfill a necessary role in testing the ideas of physics. Like, if, for example, Einstein, around his time, there were a few competing theories to explain the universe, and they all showed correct. But then what Einstein did is he showed that the fundamental assumption was wrong. There's another part of the universe we don't know, like the fact that time and space are correlated, which means that your answers are not correct. We need a new one. And then he made that new one. But like that sort of whole testing it out in theory before. It's like Newtonian physics stops working at small enough scales. And so if you, and we
are you saying this is like this is the only area where this kind of open-endedness comes into play?
No, but it's one of them. But like Newtonian physics, it stops working at a small enough scale. We knew that like 100 years before Einstein explained how, and before we were able to actually test it. Like, it took until like 1950 for us to, well, actually no, it took until the solar eclipse images of 1911 for us to see that Newtonian physics was wrong. But we already knew it decades ahead because someone had done theoretical mathematics showing that there's something wrong with Newtonian physics at the bottom level when it gets too big or too small. We couldn't prove it until we got the big telescope pointing at the eclipse and we saw the diffraction of the sunlight, whatever. But we had already seen that there is something wrong with Newtonian physics beforehand.
Are you conflating Newtonian physics with math?
No. But I'm saying that's an example of where theoretical physics or theoretical math plays its proper role, where you take the math and physics as it is and tests it out and sees if it works. And they did that. And they thought, oh, when things get too small or too big, it stops working. What do we do?
And then describing the
phenomenon. And then it took like 100 years for us to be able to actually prove that these people were correct. It actually stops working. But because
that makes way more sense. We've reached a layer of phenomena that our current language doesn't describe, so we need to improve our language at that layer.
And what theoretical physicists and mathematics, theoretical math does is they gave us like a century of trying to figure out an alternative to Newtonian physics before we could even prove that Newtonian physics was wrong, because they had proved in math it was wrong, and it took a century until we could prove
it's only wrong at that level. It's not wrong at our level.
No, of course.
But wrong is to me is a little misleading.
Yeah, okay. It's not fully descriptive because it doesn't describe the entire universe. And that's sort of the goal of science, is to try to describe.
Yeah, and that's not a surprise.
Entire universe. And so
that's normal.
But yeah,
and also at the cosmic scales too, the math.
Yes. Yes. I mean, at least now with Einstein,
which makes sense because we developed our math from our world and what we could observe, and when we expand outward beyond that, of course, we're going to need to revise it and expand it.
I think this shall be our last sentence, because it's soon 3 a.m. It's 2:30. But I like it. It's a good point to end on, because I think we sort of.
Okay, let me ask you this, and you can think about this for our next conversation, because this is kind of the situation I was in, and in many ways still in. Do you think you're going to end up taking a full-time job at Walmart to fund your life on YouTube?
No. No. I don't think I am.
I'm glad you have other ambitions.
I have, but I'll say goodnight now, and I assume you'll stop streaming as well, because it's been like 4.5 hours.
No, if somebody wants to come up, I'll keep it going.
Yeah, but you'll have to continue on your own. Good night and goodbye. It was a very wonderful conversation today. I greatly enjoyed it.
We'll see you next week whenever you stop by again. Okay, well, we just did like 4 hours of heavy, intense, intellectual conversation. So if somebody wants to come up and get a panel going, I'm willing to keep it going. Otherwise, I can shut down for the night. Tomorrow, I'm going to do what I'm doing is I'm going back over my old topics and I'm putting them through Google Notebook or whatever it's called and doing the notebook presentations. So it'll update them. It'll be a chance to review them, refresh them. And I'm going to start that Northrop Frye essay series that I did on stories about stories, which is exactly what we're talking about today. You have facts and you have stories about those facts. You have myth, and then you have this very specific other mode of thinking that's oriented toward the physical world and physical phenomena, or at least observable phenomena. So I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Start that series on myth and logic. I think if there's one takeaway from this channel after all these years, there's two actually, which is there's the normalization of emotion. I don't know why people freak out when people have emotions at beyond a certain degree. Emotions are normal, they're natural, they're part of the body. Chill out, relax, and stop freaking out over everybody's vibes. But the other big thing is learning to know when you're using, I don't want to call it logical thinking, when you're in observational mode and when you're in story mode, myth making mode. Because that's what we do. We take the world, we take facts from the world that we observe, and then we mush them into this story we have going on in our head. And being able to keep clear what part are the facts coming from the external world and what part is our inner imagination that we're combining those facts with. Half perceive, half create the world. So that'll be tomorrow. I tell you what I'll do. I'm going to do a short little intermission. I'll come back. And if there's no panel, I'll shut it down. I'll be right back. Let's see what we can find. Half tempted to stop the stream and do that topic. I'll save it for tomorrow. But it is a little early to be ending. All right. Well, I guess that's it for tonight. I'll be out tomorrow. Myth and logic. Take care, everyone. Have a good night, and see you then.
We're tracing the blueprint, reading the page. Two minds in a dance on a digital stage. We bond in the silence, in the ways that we're wired. A synchrony born in the heat of the fire. I see your reflection, you're reading my cues. In the channels the normies are likely to lose. A mirror for neurons, a bridge for the soul. In this common goal we're becoming a whole. I am the signal, you are the station. A Dionysian hum, a core vibration. Losing the self in the vibe and the flow. But the deeper we melt, the more that we know. The power to heal, the strength to be real, or the gut punch of iron, the coldness of steel. Locked in the meld, where the boundaries thin. Where do my thoughts end and yours begin? It's a Dionysian rush, the weight of the week. In the double empathy, we're finally free. We're team human now, no longer alone. In a sanctuary made of the misfits we've known. But the synchrony wavers, the vibe starts to fray. When the common goal turns and moves the other way. The risk of the merger, the price of the bond, is the shadow of silence that lingers beyond. Then comes the Judas kiss right on the lips. The sinking of rats and the fleeing of ships. When the mind meld is broken and turned into ammo, and your core identity is just live content ammo. The weapon is